अल्लाह के यहाँ तुक्के नहीं होते. The window of opportunity has come right in front of us. Start with own home, and Khadija in her own home, Ali in his own home, Abu Bakr in his own circle. 3 people. And we need to fight the war. We are at war right now. You're the only folks who are going to stop this Palestine problem. I'm telling you this right now. And if you won't be able to do it, no one else. Ahmed, there's only 2 sects in Islam right now. Okay? Active Muslims and passive Muslims. As soon as any human beings hit puberty, that's 11, 12. He and an 80-year-old man will have the same questionnaire. See, the problem with Muslims is that they don't even know what identity is. Bhupinder और उस्मान जंजुआ में कोई फर्क नजर नहीं आ रहा. Whatever he's talking about comes later. He has to talk in the right speed. That's what he sets before he listens to the lecture. That's called 2x. 2x means 2 times the speed. Okay? Most of the Muslim scholars are trained to speak at half x. They think if I'm speaking in half the speed, I am more credible. Mommy had to watch the morning show, so she had to throw the cell phone at you so you can eat. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lunch, dinner, or breakfast. Islam क्यों ठीक है? Blasphemous. मुझे ही मरवाएगा. Superstitious lack of critical thinking was blasphemy in the last generation of Pakistan. So no human child in the South Asian Peninsula could ever ask a question inside his own house. You know what we used to do? Find friends for it. Kids can tell mommies more about Palestine than mommies to kids. Mommies ने तो खैर इस generation में किताब खोली ही नहीं ना. किताब तो खत्म ही कर दिया. Boys had to know. You know what? We have to prove a point. We were credit hungry. We wanted to be like, hey, I'm the smart guy in the room. So we didn't read the book. We heard so much, we connected everything, and we just posed it. So Muslims, you want to free Palestine? Oh yeah, you need a guy with this, 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 and this. He said, you know what? My mother used to give me 2 aane. Usko aane hote tha, Pakistan mein aane nahi hote. 2 aane. And I'm like, yeah, thank you. He said, no. One is for you, so that you can give it to somebody. Do the right thing for just 12 years. That is it, just 12 years. I need you to do just few things for 12 years. After that, even if you want to rewire him, you won't be able. I need rich girls and rich boys, Ansars. Because if you're not rich, they're not going to listen. Okay? This is what they're going to talk about. Because you were told, Sahil Adeem ka lecture, Islamic scholar. Remember? Yeah. Did you find anything here? No. I'm trying to do it here. This is real Islam, man. We are not doing what Quran is telling us to do. And this is what Quran is telling us to do. Ibrahim al-Islam did this. Musa al-Islam did this. Prophet ﷺ did this. मुसलमान, हाँ मैं नमाज पढ़ता हूँ ना, बस मैं मुसलमान हूँ, मैं नमाज पढ़ता हूँ ना. And I'm just talking about the Muslims here. और जो नमाज ही पढ़ते हैं. और भाई इस्लाम में काम नहीं कर रहे हैं. नहीं नमाज पढ़ता हूँ ना मैं बस.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فإن تابوا وأقاموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة فأخوانكم في الدين ونفصل الآيات لقوم يعلمون. صدق الله العظيم. I just recited one ayah from Surah Tawbah, ayat number 11. And in this ayah, Allah said that if they repent and establish prayer and give zakah, then they are your brothers in religion. And we detail the verses for the people who know. Means कि जो लोग तौबा करते हैं, जो रिपेंट करते हैं और जो नमाज और ज़कात को कायम करते हैं, वही दीन में आपके भाई हैं. और हम उनके लिए अपनी आयात को खोल देते हैं अगर वो समझना चाहें तो इस आयत में हमारे लिए गौर करने के लिए बहुत सारी बातें हैं. और आई थिंक कि जो ये सेशन होगा इसमें इस आयत के साथ कनेक्ट करके ही साहिल भाई जो है वो हमें एक्सप्लेन करेंगे पूरे की पूरा जो पर्पस और साइकोलॉजी है. जज़ाकल्लाह खैर.
Jazakallah khair. Okay, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome everybody. I'll just do, my name is Sahil. I'm part of the IMS UK team, leadership team. And IMS, for those that you don't know, stands for Islamic Messaging System, and it's an organization started by Brother Sahil Adeem. So I'm just going to give a brief introduction, and then we'll introduce Brother Sahil Adeem onto the stage. So just to get you thinking about Islam and the situation that we're in as Muslims, just some quick questions. You can put your hands up to interact with these questions, just a show of hands, to see what your thoughts are on these questions, and just to engage and get us thinking in preparation for the session that we have today. So the top question is, are Muslims the global role models for humanity? Are we as Muslims the role models for all of humanity? Who agrees with that statement? Anybody put their hand up? So the majority don't believe so. No. Are Muslims leading in science, technology, arts, politics, and other subjects around the world? Who agrees with that statement? No one. Okay. Are Muslims making this planet better? Anybody agree with that statement? No one? Or one, two, three. So it's a no for all three questions. And that's not a good situation to be in for us as Muslims, as an ummah, as a group of people. So this presentation, this whole evening is about why we are in this situation and what can be done to change the situation. Because we all agree that the situation is not where it should be, then we all agree that we need to change something. Something needs to change. Something needs to get better. So the final question, maybe you can't see it behind the heads of the youngsters here, is what are you doing? So all of you in this audience, it's a question, you don't need to put your hand up, but to think about and reflect on. That on a day-to-day basis, 24 hours a day, we have 7 days in the week. What do you as an individual do for the ummah? Beyond what you do for yourself, your immediate family, if you have children, if you have parents, your friends, your colleagues, beyond your circle of influence, beyond your circle of responsibility, what do you do on a daily basis, weekly basis for the ummah, for Muslims around the world? Do you do anything in your spare time? Do you volunteer for anything? Do you develop your skill sets, which is not for yourself, but for other people, the ummah in general? It's a question for you to think about. And do you think that you are doing enough? If you're not doing enough, what can you do? What should you do? Some questions to think about. This is a list of some of the problems that we have at this moment in time. It's not a complete list, but some of the things for us to think about. Why are we in this sort of situation that we're in as an ummah, as Muslims, global Muslims? We have an identity crisis at this moment in time of who we are as Muslims. You know, what is a Muslim? What does it mean to be a Muslim? We have lowest self-esteem. There's no doubt about that. You know, our confidence, our self-esteem is very low as Muslims globally. Again, these are generalizations, but most of you will agree that this is the case. We suffer from inferior psychology. We can't solve problems, we can't think big, we can't plan strategies, and we're not global leaders. And overall, we lack leadership as Muslims around the world. The bottom line says we are replicating inferior thought, the thought that's been around for hundreds of years, and we just copy and paste everything, replicating inferiority, rather than actually being the leaders and creating a thought that is superior, that will define generations to come. The next 100 years, 200 years that we can define at this moment in time as a group of people. The parenting pandemic. Parenting is a key element, an absolute key element. And this statement here, if you can read it, the world that we are in, this world around us, look around us now, this is the result of the parents of yesterday. So whatever we see are the parents from yesterday that have defined the reality that we live in. And if we want to change this reality, it's going to be created by the parents of today. So if you are a parent, or you inshallah will be a parent at some point in your life, you need to understand that it's within your reach, within your hands, to define the society, define the community, and ultimately define the ummah and the future of this ummah. That's how serious this matter is. Today is the day to make the change. So this is not going to be a lecture that Brother Sahil Adeem is going to deliver. It's not a lecture, it's an experience. Don't tell people that you've been to a lecture or a talk or a session. You've been to an experience. Why I say that is that it's interactive and it's supposed to define your thought process and enhance your thought process and change your way of thinking. Okay? So bear that in mind. Change your brain. We've all heard of the statement, changing your mind. So when we want to eat something, we change our mind and say, no, I'd rather have something else. And we keep changing our mind. But have you ever heard of the term changing your brain? So scientifically speaking, you can actually change your brain. Physically, you can change your brain. Did you know that, youngsters? You know that? So you can actually change your brain, and your brain changes as you change. Now, how do you change your brain? I'm hoping that your brain changes after this session today, quite literally. And your brain develops. When you learn something new, you have a new experience, you learn any new information, or you have a new experience, good or bad, your brain physically, literally changes. The anatomy, the physiology, the chemical makeup of your brain changes. So this session, we're going to do a brain transplant, and we're going to change your brain, inshallah. Okay? And your brain actually develops new neurons, new chemicals, and that's what's going to happen today with this experience. Okay? So make this interactive, make this a life-defining experience. Set some goals for yourself. If you've got a pen and a paper, make some notes. You've all got phones, smartphones, make some notes on these phones, okay? Make some notes, think about what you're listening to, set some goals for yourself. So everything that you hear, I want you to think about it and go home and reflect on it and actually make some goals for yourself to learn more, to develop more, to find out more about these things. Connect with people. There's a lot of people here, all like-minded people that want to make a change. Okay? Bottom one says local projects for global impact. What does that mean? We might be a group of people here in East London, but when you get together, you can solve problems that will impact the globe. You can get together as a group of people with your kids and create a network, get together and talk about global problems and talk about solutions that can be a global network. So IMS is a global network of hundreds of different communities around the world. Already thousands of people are part of IMS. It's a volunteer-led, completely free organization that Brother Sahil Adeem set up in Pakistan. And now we have one in the UK. I'm just going to run through this. Brother Sahil will go through the details of IMS himself. But in essence, IMS is about connecting like-minded Muslims who believe and who understand that we can do better, that we can be better, physically, mentally, psychologically, financially, politically. We want to achieve more, and we want to achieve our potential as Muslims globally. Okay? So I'll leave it there. Brother Sahil Adeem will talk more on this, but this is a QR code here. Please scan this QR code on your phones, and you'll get a message sent out for those who got the tickets, and there's QR codes all around everywhere, scattered everywhere. Join these groups. Don't leave this thinking that it's a lecture and you've just taken something, heard something. Don't just go away and forget about it. You might remember it for a day or two. No, this is a point of change for you all. So get involved. You can make a difference. You can make a change. Connect with other people. Bring your ideas and connect and make a change. Okay? So I'm going to get Brother Sahil Adeem onto the stage. Brief introduction. Most of you know Brother Sahil Adeem. But put simply, I would say that he's a man with a concern. And he has a concern for the Ummah. He has a concern for each and every one of you and for your children and for generations to come. And he's a man who has a concern and he's on a mission to make a change globally. And we're honored to have him here. He's a guest from Pakistan. He's come all the way from Pakistan for us, for your children, for all of us to make a difference. So please pay attention, listen to him carefully, and try and connect with this mission. And also we have some youngsters on the stage here. We'll introduce these young people who are going to ask questions from Brother Sahil Adeem and do a Q&A. Welcome. ये लगा
Thank you.
I'll just introduce the youngsters here. We have Imam, 12 years old. Momin, 10 years old. Ahmed, 12 years old. Munahid, 11. Ma'in, 16. And Muiz, 15. They're going to ask some very important questions.
Are they?
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
So I have a question for you. That you can help me to make me like a character, Shifa bin Abdullah radiallahu anha. He was a finance minister in Medina, and Hazrat Umar radiallahu anha. He was the warrior of the war, participated in the battle of Uhud, Yamama, and Hunayn. And if Shifa bin Abdullah radiallahu anha could not be selected by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as a finance minister, she could not be served for Islam, and she could not have a higher rank in Islam. And if Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam could not allow Hazrat Umara to join the war, she could not be served in war. So have you got any opportunity for girls to serve like them? And who can help me to serve for Palestine, like Hazrat Umara? As मर्द पैलेस्टाइन लड़ने के लिए नहीं गए, तो हम लड़कियां कैसे हज़रत उम्मे उमर बनेंगे? Like how can I in this age serve for Palestine?
It's your own question? Are you sure?
Yeah.
You're 12.
Yeah.
Well, you're on the path because you're thinking, okay? You're on the right path of Amara, okay? Her name is Nusayba, okay? Her actual name is Nusayba, radiallahu anha. Yeah, it's on, man. Instead of, okay, it's all right. Let me just, I'm facing this way, so that's why. Yeah. So her name is Nusayba. Amara is her kunya. Okay? So you are, listen, if you're 12 now, so I'm going to give it to you like I would talk to my mother, because you're old enough, okay? Your brain is of the age you should assemble what I'm trying to tell you. So listen very carefully. Wars today are not the conventional warfare from 1400 years ago. They're not even from 200 years ago or even 100 years ago. So you could do a lot more damage to evil and the enemy, or whatever kind of enemy there is, by engaging in war without that conventional warfare. Okay? And Islam has given all the prescription for it. Now you can do twice the progress for becoming Amara or Nusayba radiallahu anha by understanding how this whole politics is done. Okay? And people who are doing a lot, well, the most amount of work that people do for the wars are not the soldiers, but the generals. And more than the generals are done by the politicians who are actually controlling the landscape. So you should be a bigger part of the whole psychological warfare and the political warfare. That's the soldiers we need. And that is regardless of if you're a girl or a boy, right? Now, there's a girl who's trying to run for a president in America right now. Any and every warfare that Americans are going to go through, she's going to be directly involved. Yeah? Way more than any soldier of America, right? So just like that, you need to be very clear as to what the word is dynamics, okay? The whole dynamics are, the rules of the game and the way the game is played. So you can be Nusayba and be a girl at this age and do that by becoming competent in your knowledge, understanding what political science means. Okay, say it to me, political science. You know what that is? You will, don't worry. In about 2-3 years, you'll understand what political science is. You should know the word influence. You should know the word credibility. These 2-3 things will combine to make you a Nusayba. Okay? Warfare now is run by politicians, is won by politicians. Okay? So you need to, and we need to fight the war. We are at war right now. Muslims are at war. But you need to fight with the right technology, and politics is the real technology. Okay? So you want to be in Nusayba? Yeah, right now, in this day and age, you can be in Nusayba way quicker than any girl 100 years ago. Okay? But you got to be in Nusayba then. You know, the thing about Nusayba, radiallahu anha, is she was so devoted and she had the initiative. You know what initiative is? She didn't have to be told what to do. She used to think about and do it herself. That's called initiative. Okay? First mover, without even someone telling anyone to move, she would move way before. She would understand the situation. So the Prophet ﷺ in the Battle of Uhud, okay, he was being attacked by every direction, spears and arrows. And you know what Nusayba radiallahu anha was doing?
Yeah, she was protecting by her shield, and even her mother said in the Battle of Uhud, I saw like her in her marrow of the left and right.
No, that's not Umar bin Khattab. No, that Muhammad bin Abdullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, our Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam said that. He said, I used to look left, there was Nusayba. I used to look right, there was Nusayba. I used to look behind and front. She was moving so fast because there were arrows coming towards the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam so fast from everywhere. So she was trying to cover him. She was proactively doing this. So proactiveness is your word, or your key word. Next 2 years, if you're being told what to do, then you already lost the battle, okay? You need to think of what can be done, what should be done, and without anyone telling you, you should be, any book that you have to finish, if your mother tells you to start a book, you should have ended that book by then. Okay, that's called initiative. Say it to me, initiative. Yeah, you take that initiative in your own hand. That's Nusayba. Okay? So warfare will come after you're competent. Okay? So if the companions of the Prophet ﷺ were alive right now, they wouldn't be going into conventional warfare. They would be going into warfare of today, day and age. Okay? And it is run by these 2-3 words. Okay? Good question, okay? And try and teach other girls the names of the names that you just mentioned, and make them understand how you got inspired by these women, the greatest women of Islam. Okay? Most Muslims literally don't know that the finance minister of Medina in the time of Umar Khattab was a girl. The finance minister was a girl, appointed by Umar bin Khattab as the head of the state. Okay? So you got to change the way people perceive women and Islam. You got to be 10 times more competent than your fellow boy of your age. Okay? Because you got to break the impression.
My question is, how can we stop the Palestine problem other than protesting?
The way I just told her. Yeah, I just told her how to actually participate in in more active steps towards stop. Say, listen, kids, I'm telling you this right now, okay? Forget this session, forget people. I'm telling you this right now. You're the only folks who are going to stop this Palestine problem. I'm telling you this right now. And if you won't be able to do it, no one else will. You're my last line of hope. Now remember me, remember this day, remember this place. Remember my eyes, the way I look at you when I say you're my only hope. Okay? And if you don't even know what the problem is, then of course, then there's no point of hoping that you are going to do something about it. Okay? Remember these words. You're too young to maybe understand the gravity of my words, but you're my only hope in solving the biggest problem on the planet right now. You are the only line of defense. See that flag that you're wearing, that pin? Yeah, it means something. I swear to God, it's like where are you from? You're Pakistani? You're a Pakistani? Okay. So you really need to understand how serious the matter is. Once you're going to understand that, then you'll be able to do something about it. Okay? In less than 5, 6, 7 years, we better solve the Palestinian problem. We better. There is no other choice. Listen, the one thing that we don't know about Palestine is, for the last 40 years, kids this age, 40 years ago, under the sewage system, inside the sewage system, lived a people. They were forced to live in the sewage of Germany. You know what sewage is, right? Those waterways for the city where, you can't even survive for more than 10 minutes. They raised a generation there. Girls, women were having babies in that sewage system. They were forced to be there. Understand what I'm trying to tell you here. The one common statement spoken by every woman and every man, Thursdays was their day off. Every Thursday they were supposed to come on top of the streets, get the groceries done, and go down. Read it. 40 years ago. 40 years before Israel, of course. 40 years before Israel. So, one statement went through the ears of every woman, said by every able man. What was that one statement? What is the common credo? Every Jewish man said, and I am paying testament to the Jews. I'm not saying anything against them right now. I'm paying testament. That's how nations are built. What was the one credo, one statement every woman, every man said to each other every single day? Four words only. They used to say 4 words. Every human being under that in those people. They used to say, and they still say it, by the way. They still say it. Obviously, they got on it, so people overseas from Israel say it. They used to say, next year in Israel. That's how nations are built. Clear vision, simple vision, everyday reminder. Next year in Israel. There was no Israel. They were in the sewage. Next year in Israel. This did 3 or 4 things. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to show you. Let me show you. Today, I'm going to this is probably the most important session. That's why we got all the video and the screen, so that you can understand how important all of this is and why I'm here. Because of these kids. I'm here because of this reason. This is what you got to wait for today. This is what we're going to record. This is more of a documentary. I'm here for this. This is for these kids. We have not ruined them yet. We have not ruined them yet. I have not made my copies of them yet. Next year in Israel, imagine the power this statement had. Imagine. Next year in Israel. That's why I'm saying, you're my only line of defense. You're the only human beings who are going to solve the problem of Palestine. So next year in Jerusalem. Sorry, I'm saying the wrong four words. Next year in Israel, they used to say next year in Jerusalem. Next year in Jerusalem. That's the phrase. And I need you to know, next year in Jerusalem. Next year in Jerusalem. You know what that means? It means a vision, forward direction. Next year, forward. Work up to it. Work up to it. You know what that did to them? Every single product that they make is far superior than any and every product any Muslim is going to make. Every car they're going to make, every soap they're going to make, every watch they're going to make, every shoe they're going to make is going to be far superior than any other person. Their mathematicians are going to win Nobel Prize, the Fields Medal. Their scientists are going to make 22% of all Nobel Prize is won by those people of the sewage. And I'm not condescending them. They rose from the bottom of the, I mean, that's the worst any human being can be put into. They didn't go under those manholes by choice. They were forced into it. Maghdubi alayhim looks like that. You know Maghdubi alayhim? You know what Maghdubi alayhim? In Surah Fatiha? Ghayril Maghdubi alayhim waladallin. What does Maghdubi alayhim mean? Yeah. In the Quran, Allah has told them, or told us, that if you're not going to do certain things, which I'm going to tell you today, don't worry, then Allah is going to put you in this planet in the worst of the worst conditions. Who is in the worst of the worst conditions right now? Muslims. So we are Maghdubi alayhim right now because we broke the same covenant. They broke the same covenant, they were Maghdubi alayhim. Under the sewage. But they had the vision, they did it, they did it. So next year in Jerusalem, inshallah, next year in Jerusalem, okay? Momin, do justice to your name, man. Okay? Yes, sir. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, sir. What's your name?
My name is Ahmed, and I am the student of Quran. So my question is that there are conflicting information in Islam. For
How old are you?
12.
You're 12. That's your own question?
Yeah,
You came up with the word conflicting?
yeah,
You're 12. What's your name?
Ahmed.
Ahmad, okay.
So, for
Go on.
example, today Muslims have different beliefs and practices. So, which one is right one to choose? Like in Pakistan, Sunni, Wahhabi, Shia, and so many others. So, it is very difficult for a common person to understand which one is the right one.
Who taught you these names?
Yes.
How do you know Shias and Sunnis?
Yeah, I am from Pakistan. So,
So you heard it there?
yeah.
Okay. They all mean the same thing. Okay. There are only two sects. What's your name, sorry? Ahmad. Ahmad, there are only two sects in Islam right now. Okay. Active Muslims and passive Muslims. Active, passive. You know what active, passive means? Why don't you check the microphone? I want to see what you're saying. I can't hear it.
Wait, is it like when you're studying English, when it's active and passive voice?
Yeah, no. Okay, let me tell you. Ahmad, Active is when you're active in doing something, and passive is when you believe that no, nothing should be done. Okay? So only two sects. If a Shia Muslim is active to the Islamic purpose, he's right. If a Sunni is to the active purpose, he's activated to the purpose, he's right. Okay? If a Wahhabi is activated to the Islamic purpose, he's right. It doesn't matter. Anything else is just, it's just, they're all the same thing. If you're an active Muslim, then you're on the right path. Okay? Everybody else is still a Muslim. Okay? But if you're not active, it doesn't matter whether it's Sunni or a Shia or a Wahhabi. Okay? So two real sects, active Muslims and passive Muslims. So do you know the name of the Prophet Lut alayhi salam? Yeah? You heard the name Lut alayhi salam? Do you know what happened to his wife? When Allah Azza wa Jal put God's wrath on the land of Lut alayhi salam, okay? All nation was destroyed by Allah Azza wa Jal directly. Okay? So his wife, she was also destroyed. She was killed. The wife of the Prophet alayhi salam. Okay? And we now know through his, because we're Muslims, we were told in the Quran and the Hadith that she was not saved by Allah Azza wa Jal, because even though she was not wrong, she was not with the wrong people, she was not active with Lut alayhi salam. So the Prophet's wife, she was not saved by Allah. Allah Azza wa Jal gave her the same punishment as the people of the wrongdoers. She was not saved because she was just passive. She was like, I'll just be a spectator, I'm okay. I'm not a party to the crime. Okay? So you cannot be a passive Muslim. A Muslim cannot be a spectator. Either you're doing something for Islam or you're doing something against it. There is no middle grounds here, okay? So there's the two sects. What are the two sects? You know what a sect is? A section, right? A compartment. Allah Azza wa Jalla says, وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا, do not make compartments inside Islam. Okay? Now we made two compartments. One is active, one is passive. So to be an active Muslim, you got to learn, read, know what to do, and then do it. If you don't do it, doesn't matter how much kind of knowledge you have. You're a passive Muslim. But if you're doing it, then you better be doing it according to the book. Be competent when you're doing it. If you're not competent, then don't do anything. Okay? Because if a doctor does not know what medicine is, and he starts performing surgery, he's going to kill the patient, right? But he's doing it, he'll be like, Sahil, you told me to be an active Muslim. I chopped off my mother. You know? So, you need to be competent and then active. Okay, Ahmad? Only two sects. Every other name you're going to ever hear, not important. You can be any one of them, and if you're passive, doesn't matter. You're the problem. And if you're active Shia or active Sunni or active Wahhabi, then you're not the problem. You're part of the solution. Okay? So either you're part of the solution or part of the problem. Depends on whether you're active or passive. Okay? So, just for a reminder, because you look 8, even though you're 12, how can you be active? Remind me, I just told you. Yes. Read, become competent and then do it. Okay? Go into the action of whatever is going. Yeah, good job.
So my question is that how would you know that Islam is the right religion? So like, because Christians who believe in Christianity, they would think that their religion is correct.
Be a little
So
louder, okay?
they think that their religion is correct. So what makes it so that why would you think that Islam is correct?
Why just stop at the Christians? Why not the Jewish people, the Hindus and the Buddhists? Why just the Christians? Even the atheists claim that, their religion, atheism is a religion, okay? It's a psychological disorder, but still a religion. But why just the Christians?
Just a thought
Oh, okay. First, what's your name, sorry? Mu'iz. You need to read what Christianity is all about. Okay, read it. You cannot just hear from a Christian and think what Christianity is. Read the Bible. You need to read the Bible. You need to read it. You know who told us to read the Bible? Allah Azza wa Jalla in the Quran said that. That's the only book which has a challenge. If you think everything, you're right, we openly challenge you to read all and you'll find out yourself. That's the challenge in the Quran. Okay? The Bible does not have that challenge, even though the Bible is from Allah Azza wa Jalla. Okay? Well, most of it anyway. Okay? Well, not most of it. Most of it is from St. Paul. Okay? So, since you're only talking about Christianity, I'm going to just broaden the horizon. I'm going to talk about Jewish Old Testament, okay, and the New Testament of the Christian. You know what that is?
Yeah.
It's called the Bible. Okay. Currently, the word Bible is used for both. Okay, because the Christians carry the Old Testament and the New Testament with it, but the Jews don't believe in the New Testament. Okay, so you need to read both of them. You're going to find out what the message there is. And then you're going to find something missing. And that's common sense. Okay? I'll tell you what common sense means. Common sense requires a book to give a vision, which the Bible does. Okay, Bible gives a vision. The Old Testament and the New Testament separate. They give a vision. And then a strategy, and then a maintenance plan as well, which is called the law. Okay, the New Testament does not have a law, by the way. You need to know. Christians never got their law. They take the law from the Jews. So if Christians are correct, then Jews have to be correct. Because they say we take the law from the Jews. Okay? Isa ibn Maryam, Jesus, he himself said that I did not come to bring my own religion. I am here to follow the book which is the book of Moses, letter by letter, dot by dot. So if Christians are correct, then Jews have to be correct. Okay, however, but if Jews are correct, then Christians have to be wrong. No, you don't understand that. You have to read and you'll find out what a weird conundrum I just created. If Christians are correct, then Jews have to be correct because they follow the Jewish book. But if Jews are correct, then Christians have to be wrong. That's a conundrum. You know what a conundrum is, right? It's a problem that creates a problem within its own self if you want to solve it. Okay? Because the Old Testament does not have Jesus. The Old Testament contests everything against whatever Christianity is teaching right now. So if St. Paul was correct, then Old Testament is wrong. But if Old Testament is correct, then everything St. Paul is teaching is wrong. Okay? So both of them cannot be correct at the same time. You need to read that. And then you read the Quran. I suggest you read the Quran first, and then you go there. Then you find out that 90% of all of it is similar, except the New Testament, because Old Testament and the Quran is just about the same book. Except the Quran gives the law and the maintenance strategy. You know what that is? What is it? What? You know that? Quran actually sets up the whole plan for the Muslims. Bit by bit. It tells every Muslim that you have to be in power, you have to make sure the rule is in your hand, you have to be in politics, you have to make sure nobody else influences the tenets of Islam. How are you going to be in power, Moise, in England? Nope, that's not power. Okay? So when you're going to read, you're going to find out. Okay? Be in politics. That's power. Okay? This is the only book that actually creates that, platform for power, makes it mandatory for Muslims to be in power, and so on and so forth. You know what? This is too long of an answer. So what I'm saying is, once you're going to find two opposing beliefs in the Old Testament or the Quran, then you can see, okay, you know what? Either one has to be correct. But there is no opposing belief in the Torah, the book of Jews, and the book of Muslims, the Quran. There is not even a single opposing belief, verse to verse. Okay? However, the Quran has a lot more, corpus of the Quran is way bigger than because there are only 5 books of Moses. How many books do we have? 104. Quran is 5 books of Moses also is in the Bible, right? So we have 114, they have 5. 114 surahs, no? Yeah, they have five. Okay? So we have a lot more and a lot more to do because there is so much commandments in the Quran. So there is no thing conflicting between the Torah and the Quran. You get it? But there is a lot of things conflicting between the Christianity and the Quran. Same things conflict with the Christianity and the Torah. So Christian cannot be right if the Old Testament holds true. Okay? So if a Christian comes to you and says, you know what, either we're right, you're right, you say, no, that's the wrong question to ask. Either you're right or your book is right, which is the Old Testament. Okay? Both cannot be right at the same time. You get it? So I'll give you a little easy for all of you kids. If you have this kind of a debate with a Christian or a Jewish man, be very easy with them. It's like, you know what? My book, if I believe in my book, I believe in all of your book. So if you're going to make it, I'm going to make it. But if I'm going to make it based on my book, both of you are not going to make it. Because you took a lot of things out of my book. Out means deleted it. In the Quran, Allah says about these two books that they took something and they believed in something and they chose not to believe in some certain things. Bibad. Some things from the Quran they chose not to believe in, something they chose to believe. Even though it was the same commandments all over the place. Okay? You get it? Now for Christianity, there's one last go-to, what's the word? Food for thought. There is a book of St. Paul. There are 14 books of St. Paul actually. In 28 books, 23, well, okay, Protestants, 14 are from St. Paul. John, Matthew, Luke, Mark. Okay, they are the authors of the books of the Bible. But there is no book of Jesus. Ask them, where's the book of Jesus? I'll believe in it because I believe in Jesus. There is not a single book of Jesus in the Bible. Okay? So Jesus never wrote the Bible. People who wrote the Bible, especially St. Paul, he never even met or saw Jesus. He was born 5 years after Jesus had left the planet. Okay? So there is no book of Jesus. That's why there's a problem with the New Testament. How old are you? Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. You better know what I'm talking about. At 15, you should be writing about this. Moise, I'm going to wait for something to come up from you. Are you in IMS? Yeah, that's why I'm heard of you. You know, IMS is a movement to build the intellectual acumen of Muslim kids so that they go into writing, not just reading. If they're writing, they'll have to read. And if they're writing correctly, most of the job is done. Okay? So, Moise, I'm going to wait for your name to pop up in some place as a writer, inshallah. Next year in Jerusalem. Yeah, that's part of the strategy. Go on. Yes, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wow, salam.
I'm Mahnur and I'm 16 years old.
16.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm studying the Quran from Al Huda. I'm also the volunteer of Indus Hospital, UK, that is serving in Pakistan. I wanted to ask you that how can Muslims living in non-Muslim majority countries can balance their religious obligations with the laws and customs of their surroundings?
What kind of law that England has come up with that's conflicting to Islamic belief?
But you know, in non-Muslim workplace, as a Muslim, we pray 5 times a day. It is a challenging for.
Oh my God, I thought you were going to come up with something very difficult. They're stopping you from praying? They are. They're stopping you from praying at workplace.
No.
Then what's the problem?
But it is difficult for us to, non-Muslim place. How can working place?
Mic pass kare. Keep the mic close to you.
Yeah, it is a working place. How can? Uh,
So you cannot pray at your workplace? I thought.
yeah.
Beta, this is the least of your problems. I'll tell you what the big problem should be. You didn't even go there. You're just talking about prayers. Muslim obligation. You use the word Muslim obligation in non-Muslim lands. Okay? Muslim obligation is something else in non-Muslim land. Prayer is something, they can't stop you from praying. Okay? That's a law. They cannot stop you from praying, especially at your workplace. Nobody can. Okay? Not just you, any religion. Any religion. They cannot stop you from, carrying on, especially if it's an individual ritual, which is a prayer in your case. But there are other obligations in Islam that you were supposed to fulfill while you were in England.
Mm, as a Muslim, we believe the modesty in dressing. So, which contrasts which can contrast the local fashion or trends. So, if we,
That's not an English problem, that's your personal problem.
yeah,
Yeah. England is not going to stop you from being modest. Actually, the most modest human beings before Islam, and still, right now, in England, the most modest of them all are inside the Church of England. They're called your sisters of the church, the nuns. Are they not modest enough? They have to wear the scarf too. Yeah, so they don't feel the pressure of Vogue and, Cosmo. How are you feeling it?
no, but how can it be balanced for the youngers?
I don't understand what you're saying. उर्दू में पूछो मेरे से. मसला क्या आ रहा है?
यहाँ पर जो नॉन मुस्लिम कंट्रीज हैं,
तो लड़कियां जो फैशन करती हैं उससे आपको ये टेम्पटेशन होती है मैं भी ये फैशन करूं? क्यों बैलेंस क्यों करना है? नहीं करना बैलेंस. बुरे और अच्छे को बैलेंस नहीं करते होते, बुरा खत्म करते होते. You cannot have 50% bad or 50% good as a balance. That's not balance. Listen, they're making you wear whatever they want to wear. I'll tell you, because they need to sell stuff. Okay, all the dress, what's the word? The clothing for women is designed for the pleasure of men in the fashion industry, not for women. I mean, this is common sense. I'm not trying to tell you some conspiracy theory here. The pleasure of the man is to see a woman in certain type of clothing. Now let's come just in a woman in isolation. बेटा गौर से सुनो. लड़की के ऊपर उर्दू में सुनो गौर से. 16 साल की हो, क्या नाम है आपका बेटा? मानूर. लड़की के ऊपर जो दौड़, आपको पता है ना, आप जन्नत में बनी हैं. You know that you were, आप हव्वा अलैहिस्सलाम की बेटी है ना, मैं आदम अलैहिस्सलाम का बेटा हूँ ना. ठीक है? So we were created in Jannah, right? So जन्नत की ना, क्योंकि हव्वा अलैहिस्सलाम जन्नत में थी, जन्नत में रहती थी, तो जन्नत के अंदर ये चीज़ ना सिर्फ अल्लाह है बल्कि ये लाइफ स्टाइल है. पार्ट ऑफ बीइंग अ जन्नती है कि मैं ही अपनी जन्नत का सबसे ज़्यादा हैंडसम और पावरफुल और चार्मिंग आदमी हूँगा, और आपकी जन्नत में आप अपनी जन्नत की सबसे ज़्यादा खूबसूरत लड़की होंगी. वरना वो जन्नत थोड़ी है आपके लिए. आपकी जन्नत में एक और लड़की खूबसूरत आपसे ज़्यादा, तो आप तो उधर हसरत से मारी जाएंगी ना. You have to be, it's common sense. If you are a Jannati, which you are in the Quran, you know that, right? Our mother and our father, Hawwa alayhi salam, they came from Jannah. So you are carrying that same progeny. वही माँ बाप की inheritance हमारे जीन में है. Whatever problem is going on this planet is that the fact that we are from Adam, and Adam was in Jannah, and he was the most powerful man in his Jannah. Every man is the most powerful man in his own Jannah. Every human being will get his own Jannah. It's common sense. Okay? Otherwise, if I'm a subordinate to somebody else in my Jannah, then it's not my Jannah. Okay? So, since you were, and you are the prettiest girl in Jannah, in your own, now you're here as a test. So that progeny speaks. और लड़की इसलिए सबसे ज़्यादा खूबसूरत लड़की होना चाहती है और आदमी सबसे ज़्यादा पावरफुल होना चाहता है. Okay? और इधर क्या टेस्ट है? What is the test here? So that you would stop that urge. Okay? That's called modesty. You are the princess. Actually, you're the queen. There's no princess. And queen. The queen is here, What's your name? Manur?
Yeah.
Manur, the queen, is here on the planet
Yeah.
so that she can be made modest. You went to Allah Azza wa Jal. Allah didn't come to you for this test. You went to Allah Azza wa Jal. In the Quran it says that very clearly. And you said, I am the queen. Put me in my place. And Allah Azza wa Jal asked you, are you deserving of that place? And you said, test me. So the queen has to be tested by what? By modesty. But the queen does not need to be modest. Okay? But a human being does. Okay, so you're here to practice that modesty so that you can earn that queenhood. I'm here to be modest. That's why the only human being that is never going to enter Jannah, any and every sin exempted. One guarantee that Allah Azza wa Jal said, the Prophet said, no matter what happens, and then you look at the bridge of Sirat, and everyone will be saved. Well, everyone will be sent to save. The Prophet will be sent to save, and the awliya will be sent, the shuhada. Save everybody, save everybody. So when the last of the last, dirt will be left. That's how filthy those people will be. Everyone else will be saved. The one common quality of all those people will be that they're arrogant. They had arrogance in them. Traces of arrogance were still there. So either you're arrogant or you're modest. So they couldn't come out of Jannah while they were in this planet. That's why they couldn't make it to Jannah. You have to come out of Jannah here. Be a servant to everybody. You know what I'm saying? I have to be a servant to it. I cannot be better than him. If I am thinking I'm better than him, I'm arrogant, right? So just like that, I'm prettier than her, that's arrogance. So all the fashion industry is trying to do is make you look pretty. Okay? So that's something which is the bigger problem. You're 16, that's why I gave you the detail. If you were 8, I wouldn't have given you this story, right? Barakallah feek. G.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Salamatullah. How old are you?
11.
Okay.
My name is Minahil and I'm doing Takmil Quran from Al Huda. I know a hadith in Buhari and Muslim. Innamal a'malu bin niyat. Actions are judged by intentions. So why the concept of niya or intention is so essential for the Muslim actions?
So that we wouldn't start judging people. Yeah. I mean, I can make mistakes, right? But you wouldn't judge me for my mistake. You'd be like, I meant well. I meant well, so yeah, I'm allowed to make some mistakes. Everybody is. Okay? However, listen, this is how the hierarchy is. Actions are dependent on niyyah. What is niyyah dependent on?
Like you are doing something for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
So the thought. Okay, the niyyah is dependent on the thought. What is thought dependent on?
What you are thinking,
Comes from where?
the mind.
No, that goes
brain?
into the mind. Where does it come from?
It's come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Yeah, it comes from the environment.
Yeah.
So the kind of people you're going to hang out with is the kind of thought that's going to go into your mind.
Yeah.
So actions come from niyyah. Niyyah comes from thought. Thought comes from your environment. Okay? And where does the environment come from?
Like people's?
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about, buddy. You need to control the environment. The Quran is enforcing upon you. Otherwise, people will have malintent, hence malactions. See the whole solution here. Boys? Yeah, I'm looking at you, man. I'm telling you. Okay? Yeah, so Manahil. Yeah. So that you wouldn't judge people, okay? Yeah. Okay? Yeah. And you can never know what he meant because that's inside the heart. So you have, a Prophet said, give your brother 700 benefits of the doubt. If he commits something wrong, think good about it. Maybe he didn't mean it like this. Because we cannot know what the niyyah is, right? Yeah. Okay? Yeah.
I understand well. Thank you so much.
Yeah. That's it? We're good? Okay. Barakallah feek.
Well done. And thank you to the parents as well for allowing the children to be on stage, and very good questions. So just a reminder, there's a WhatsApp group. If you can all connect at the end, we want to connect all of you and the youngsters especially, and start trying to find solutions to some of these questions and problems that we have, and start doing projects locally here and all across the UK with the young people that we have in our network. So please connect on the WhatsApp group, and we'll very soon announce some projects that we're starting, inshallah. Jazakallah khair. Well done.
Thank you, kids. It was very refreshing. Seriously. Good job. Good job. So I'll be looking forward for bigger things from you guys, inshallah. Inshallah. Okay. So shall we proceed? Barakallah feek. Waiting for you.
Yeah, next year in Jerusalem.
Next year in Jerusalem. Next year in Jerusalem, inshallah. Amongst many things, us Pakistanis are gifted with is a skewed version of Islam. So when someone is drinking water when he's standing up, it is a sunnah to stand up and drink water, especially when he's doing a khutbah. Okay? Make sure you understand that. One time, Ali bin Abi Talib stood on the pulpit and he came in front of the people. He took that bottle of water or glass and he drank, and then he addressed that this is, I'm doing it in front of you so that you would convey this to the rest of the world, that this is the sunnah of when a person is delivering a sermon or a session, he's drinking water, this is a sunnah. Now, why I'm telling you this is because we somehow get a version of Islam that even a sunnah is considered a sin in Pakistan. It's a sin, na'udhu billah. Na'udhu billah. Okay? By the way, I just quoted you Bukhari, and people who are following and reading Bukhari are calling it a sin. It's like we just don't read our own books. Kids, we just don't read our own books. Fatma, so if you, Iman, if you can finish the Bukhari, which is not a big book, 13,000 hadiths, that's it, in 2 years from now, starting from today or tomorrow, you just take a certain chunk, make sure you take notes, think about it, and in the next 2 years, you finish this whole commentary of just one book, Bukhari. You're going to know more than most people you'll ever meet as a Muslim about Islam. Imagine the power that you'll have. Yeah, inshallah. Imagine the power. I have never, in my years of preaching, met a single Muslim who's read Bukhari and Muslim cover to cover. And the scholars I meet, like, why don't you, hadith is not our subject. Well, whose subject is this? Like, whose subject is hadith? It's just a book. You gotta read it. It's not, I mean, there's no way, a different way of reading it. In Pakistan, I'm sorry, I'm raw, I don't know why I'm making this. In Pakistan, I haven't met a boy or a girl, okay, who's gone through, I haven't met them. I'm not talking about, those muhaddisins who are sitting in the pulpits, because I haven't really met them, okay? Talking about general people. Gee, any question before I open the bombshell in front of you? This is going to change your definitions. You know what that means? In psychology, that's like the worst of the worst crimes. I'm going to change your definitions. And we're not talking about literature or entertainment. This is our core religion. So if I change some definition, something's going to happen on the day of judgment. You want to take that risk? Please be my guest. Otherwise, if you walk out, I'll understand. Yes, sir. Okay, one thing about Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Say it properly, Assalamu alaikum, not you. But one gathering, somebody says Assalamu alaikum and somebody says Wa alaikum assalam. Everybody else is done. Okay? Everybody else is done. You're not going to say Assalamu alaikum again in the same majlis. That's also a rule in Islam. Okay? Ji, wa alaikum assalam.
So I'm gonna actually want to explain my situation now, basically. So,
Before the situation, first the question.
so yeah. So, as you said, that's competence is the first thing as I should be aimed for, and I have realized that in little time, with little energy and little passion, I cannot be competent in every field. And the thing is that I have to figure out what's my passion is to actually be. That is the crucial factor to actually be competent on.
I think you read a book or heard it somewhere that passion leads to competence.
No, passion could be passion could be the key resources for actually creating the competence for longer, because it takes a longer period of time to actually accomplish it.
Are you from England?
And no,
Where are you from?
from basically Italy.
Italy.
Yeah.
You're from Italy. So you came here for
Yeah.
okay. Passion has a lot to do with the time it's going to save you. Okay. But it's not a guarantee that it's going to make you competent. Passion doesn't make you competent. Purpose makes you competent. Okay? Purpose defines the level of competence as well as, the need of competence. So if you don't know why you want to be competent, you're not going to become competent. Okay? So passion is a chemical state of the body, passion, from the mind to the body. It's chemistry. There's actually a formula for passion. Okay? Serotonin plus dopamine plus oxytocin. Passion. Certain quantities of it is passion. Okay? And if you want to put more passion for that situation, you put epinephrine in there. More the epinephrine, more serotonin for that situation. Passion. So it's chemistry. Passion is not going to fetch you anything unless you have a purpose to get that particular skill or knowledge set or whatever, okay? So figure out why you should do whatever you want to do. Why is the purpose? What is the method? Okay? Gee, this is okay. One from the left, one from the right. Quickly, please, because this is intense. I warn you right now. This is intense. So you shouldn't. I'll give it to you on the WhatsApp group. Don't worry. This is a lot of up and down. But people, especially who have sons, daughters, nieces, nephews, who are from 0 to 18, 19, this one's for you. Yeah.
How can we reflect on the preservation of the Quran and the last two ayahs of Surah Tawbah based on the mathematical patterns of number 19?
They're two different things. Who asked me this question? They're two different things. Number one, 19 is a key word. You know what 19 is? In mathematics, 19 is a key word as well. You know the value of 19 in mathematics? Anybody? 19 has a certain attribute. However, in the Quran, 19 is a very special number. Very, very special number. And ironically, today's first topic in the morning was mathematics and the science and everything. But since not most people are not equipped with mathematics, so we don't really open up that section in that detail. Your first part of the question is preservation of the Quran, how you would reflect upon it, of how Allah is protecting it. That's
Actually, like, if we go with the number 19 and its patterns, we got a challenge of the last two ayahs.
You have a challenge. What kind of challenge do you have?
No, actually, the patterns get messed up.
No, they don't. Are you referring to the Uthmani text?
Yes.
Then they don't. Actually, it was the Uthmani text. For that reason, why we have the current perfect equation of mathematics in the Quran.
I went through the translation of and the other book.
Translation? No. I'm talking about the Arabic.
No, actually, the Quranic translation and some other books by Rashad Khalifa, and that's where I came up with this problem that, okay, if these are the calculations based on his numbering of...
So, okay, I'm going to pause this question right now. No, I'm going to answer it because I don't want to, because no one else is going to get it if you go into that detail. I'd rather not go through the multiple of 19 and the divisors than to challenge the Quran. It's that simple. I'd go with some other number than to think, oh, you know what, maybe the Quran is wrong. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, the Quran, there's going to be a lot of things. You're going to grow, your kids are going to grow into this new fitna. And it's going to be a very big fitna coming up in less than 10 years. Allah, may God have mercy on us. That people are going to start challenging the Quran in front of them. And they won't know their ways out of that challenge. Okay? Then they're gonna be able to find themselves out of that argument. But I'll tell you this right now, unless you train your kids and they're competent to defend the concept, they don't have to defend the Quran. Quran is going to defend its own self, don't worry. But they have to defend their iman, right? So they need to understand how the Quran is preserved. And there's so much from archaeological, from basic common sense perspectives. Their arguments have to be placed from historical perspectives, from the perspective of comparisons. You can find out how the Quran itself, Quran not only protects its own self, preserves its own self, but also does something else because it's preserving its own self. Okay, it actually becomes a benchmark for preservation as well. Not just preserves itself, but shows how other things are not preserved. Okay? Now, I'm not going to go into that detail because this is not the topic. Plus, this is not something which is upon us right now, but it will be. So things like these, you better understand what I'm saying. जी मुझे ब्रैडफोर्ड में ना स्पेशली उस रूम में बुला के कहा गया था अंग्रेजी मत बोलें. Is there a problem with English here?
Sahil bhai, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, ma'am. Please. Hands up. You can.
Start.
Yeah.
My question is, how can young Muslims develop a strong sense of identity and purpose in an increasing by sense and globalized increasingly secure and globalized world?
I don't understand.
Shall I repeat it again?
No. Hold on. Where are you, first of all? The global sense? I didn't get that part. Only that part. Please explain that. No, it's all right. It's all right. Don't worry.
That is the passion. That's why I'm speaking.
I know. Yes. Do it.
How can young Muslims develop a strong sense of identity and purpose in an increasingly secure and globalized world?
Okay. Okay. Let me answer you the identity question. Because tell me, what is an identity? What is an identity? Tell me. I'll tell you how to preserve it, don't worry. What is it? See, the problem with Muslims is that they don't even know what identity is. There are certain markers for identity. If you do not have those markers, if you're not going through that in your developmental psychology, you're not going to have an identity. Most Muslims do not have a Muslim identity. Muslim is supposed to have a Muslim identity. What's your name? I'm sorry? A Pakistani? Indian? Pakistani? Okay, so you probably don't have a Muslim identity. Yeah, this is a problem. So preserve a Muslim identity, step two. Step one would be to have an identity. Now you are going to have a very clear Pakistani identity. Actually, no, you won't. You will have an Indian identity. It's called Desi woman. If I cannot tell between an Indian or a Pakistani woman, something's wrong, right? I mean, it's right because Pakistan does not have its own identity markers yet. It will have 100 years from now. Technically, it's not supposed to. It's too new. Pakistani or Indian में क्या फर्क है? Can you spot the two? Can you spot the difference between the two? No, you can't. Unless, of course, you see him in action, right? The fact is, we still can't. भूपिंदर और उस्मान जंजुआ में कोई फर्क नजर ही नहीं आ रहा. Actions में भी. Okay? भूपिंदर इसलिए करते have appeared too, right? You know what I'm saying. So, what you really need to understand is Islam does not have an identity of a man who's not active. Unless you're active, you do not have a Muslim identity. And as soon as you're in action, which is active, being active, you're going to find a Muslim identity. इसका मतलब ये है, for every single day of my life, I have to do certain things under a certain plan which has an end in mind. Every 10 years, 5 years, I'll have to have some goals. Muslims are not trained those. आप बता दें मुझे. Does anyone know of a Muslim strategy or a goal that you have to achieve in 5 years, 10 years of an age? This child, or whose child is it? Whose child is it? Your child. What's your name? Aisha. Aisha, what's her name? Very tough names these days, eh? How do you spell it? Adan. Adan. You know what Adan is? Okay. Adan is where she came from. You know that, right? Yeah. So, what was her name? Aisha. Aisha. Adan is 5. We have small kids in England, aren't they? She's 8. So, can you define 8-year-old Adan? Can you define her? In terms of attributes, in terms of Aisha, I'm talking to you, not your daughter. And if you can define her, can you define a 15-year-old Adan and tell me the difference between 8 and 15-year-old Adan? Can you? See, Islam starts from there. Allah Azza wa Jal gave us an identity of how many years old Muslim? As soon as any human beings hit puberty, that's 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, could be less. He and an 80-year-old man will have the same questionnaire. Imagine that. That's a tough religion. You need to understand the gravity of this. You know the biggest punishment. एक सेकंड के लिए ना उर्दू में बात कर लेता हूँ ताकि दिमाग को उस नस पे हमला करूँ. ये ना अंग्रेजी में हम जरा फैशन में मारे जाएं. Because this English is for the kids who cannot understand Urdu. In every part of the world, these videos are made for a literally Muslim identity. That is the movement right now, carrying okay, Muslim identity. So, on the day of judgment, you keep feeding me tea here, right? Thank you. And crumpets. No? No crumpets here? I thought coming in England would have tea and crumpets. That's a joke. Don't worry. Don't need crumpets. I don't even know what they are. What is a crumpet, by the way? Have you seen crumpets here? Kya hota kya wo? Okay. So, we're going to be standing just like this. I swear to God we will be. In front of God we will be. He will be asking questions just like this now. We are going to be isi majme mein khade honge hum. We'll be facing Allah Azza wa Jal. I swear to God we will be. And you know what? Aisha, what is the biggest punishment of Jahannam? What is the biggest punishment human being can ever have?
Seeing your children to punish.
That's the biggest punishment. You burning in hell is not enough. You seeing na'udhu billah, other than burning in hell. That's the bigger punishment, isn't it? Isn't it? So which you should have had a plan before you had a nikanama. That's the problem. And she doesn't even know what's going to hit her. And I'm not going to blame her, I'm going to blame you. That's why every अम्मी मुझे बदवाएं दे रही है पाकिस्तान में कि हर बात पे अम्मी भी क्यों डाल देते हैं? मैं क्यों उस किस पे डालूं? उस बेचारी पे डाल दूं? She's 8, she doesn't even know what you do or we're doing to her. So 8-year-old Adan, different creature altogether. Identity different. But 15-year-old, 20-year-old, 30, different requirements inside Islam. That's the identity of Islam. Pakistani, I'm a born Pakistani. I'm going to die a Pakistani, still a Pakistani. Nawaz Sharif is as much of a Pakistani as you guys. Shame on us. Shame on us. Okay, we did. Imagine Muhammad Ali Jinnah had the same green passport. Imagine the pride we would have had if Jinnah was standing in Heathrow and I was standing right behind him. I and him have the same passport. That's a moment of pride. That's the power of a man's character. 250 million people would have felt proud that we share the same passport as Muhammad Ali Jinnah standing there. Imagine. एक सेकंड के लिए इमेजिन करें ना कि उसके पास भी वही पासपोर्ट था जो मेरे पास है. अभी हमें उसी पासपोर्ट पर शर्म आ रही है ना, एकदम प्राइड आ जाती है ना, बिकॉज ऑफ द मैन्स कैरेक्टर. Where were we? Identity तो लेकिन सेम है. He's as much of a Pakistani as I am. Sorry. But in Islam, it doesn't work like this. Islam, thresholds, parameters, thresholds, standards. सोचें कभी हो सकता है कि बेहतरीन पाकिस्तानी, आपने नाम क्या बताया था अपना? शमीला. शमीला उर्दू में बता रहा हूँ इसलिए. कभी ऐसा हुआ है कि नंबर 1 पाकिस्तानी ये लोग थे उस टाइम के, ये उन्होंने ये किया था, नंबर 2 पाकिस्तानी ये थे, उसके बाद नंबर 3, ऐसा कभी हो सकता है? हो नहीं सकता. मगर इस्लाम में टॉप ऑफ द टॉप बदरी साहबी, अशरा मुबशरा. इमेजिन रैंक्स बेस्ड ऑन व्हाट? परफॉर्मेंस. बदरी से भी ऊपर कौन? उकबा. ओके, एंड देन ऐसे रैंक्स, the kind of ranks that human beings can't even fathom right now, unless of course you're a Muslim and you know, you've seen the Jannah and the fires of hell. Once you've seen them, then you find out what it means to be, Ashra Mubashira. What it means to be that if they do anything, that is my sunnah. That's for the 4 people who are ranked in Islam. That every sunnah of every Khalifa Rashid is my sunnah. Imagine the ranks. So Islam is a verb. Some performance, you get identity. No performance, it takes back the identity, rips it away, strips you off of your identity. That is Islam. Pakistan cannot rip off its identity. Well, it is trying to rip off. Ironically, it's been recorded. So Pakistan does not rip off its identity. Islam does. Okay? So if you want to maintain Islamic identity, you got to do stuff. Adan, you have to do stuff, my child. You have to do big things, inshallah. First thing is challenge all Aishas. Challenge them. Otherwise, you're going to become one Aisha, one more. Okay? And that's what I did. That's what she did. That's what everyone does. We copy our parents. We gotta come out of them. Isa ibn Maryam. In the Bible it says, every prophet said that. You cannot be a disciple of mine unless you go against, you do a rebellion against the religion of your own father. क्या आप अपने बाप के दीन को तो मुकदमा करो, बाद में मेरे दीन पे आना. ये नबियों का ही मुकदमा होता था ना. Every Chinese is going to die a communist. Well, most of them. Every Brazilian is going to die a Catholic. Well, most of them. Because parents inheritance में अपना दीन भी दे रहे.
मेरा नाम तहमीना है. मैं एक क्वेश्चन करना चाहती हूँ. सॉरी टू से कि उर्दू में बात करूंगी कि इंग्लिश हजम नहीं होती, बट यू कैन answer in English. हम आज की जनरेशन को, अपने बच्चों को और ख़ास तौर पर यंग जनरेशन को इश्क़ रसूल सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की तरफ कैसे लेकर जाएँ? वो इश्क़, वो मोहब्बत जो मुझे तो लगता है कि बड़ों में भी उस चीज़ की वो कमी है, जो इश्क़ मोहब्बत आज से पहले था। इसकी एक छोटी-सी एग्ज़ाम्पल ये दूँगी कि लास्ट टाइम जब आप सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में गुस्ताखी की गई, तो मैंने अपनी लोकल मस्जिदों से कॉन्टैक्ट किया टू डू अ प्रोटेस्ट। My God. Oh, sorry.
That's the market.
I live in East London, in East Ham. So मेरी किसी लोकल मस्जिद ने साथ नहीं दिया हमारा कि हम उसके लिए एक प्रोटेस्ट कर सकें। I had 5 strokes that time and I went central London on wheelchair.
How old are you?
Sorry?
How old are you?
I'm 40.
And when did this happen?
2 years back.
You were in England?
Yes.
You're from England for how many years?
20 years.
Okay. So nobody came and joined your
Protest. Yes. So वो इश्क, वो मोहब्बत, वो शिद्दत, वो सब कहाँ चली गई है? I'm not talking about 1, 2 or couple of people, but I went to 5 masjids.
No, I got the question. I got the question.
Yeah.
Anybody else feels the same way? You all feel the same? Okay. Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, उर्दू में पूछता हूँ, जब तक तौहीन रसालत नहीं होती, दो, एक ये वाली हुई और एक उससे पहले हुई, और अल्लाह ना करे दोबारा हो, इनके बीच के अंदर हमारा इश्क किधर होता है? That's the protest I want. Every masjid should be a part of this protest. I'll tell you, Tamina, इश्क रसूल के कुछ तकाजे हैं। मेरे साथ इश्क करने के भी तकाजे हैं, तो रसूल के इश्क के साथ हर इंसान के एक स्टैंडर्ड्स होते हैं ना, कि और मेरे नबी के स्टैंडर्ड की बात हो रही है, तो मैं ये कह ही नहीं सकता कि मुझे अपने नबी से इश्क है जब तक कि उन स्टैंडर्ड से पूरा नहीं उतरा। सो तौहीन रसालत के ऊपर तिल मिला उठना इश्क का सबूत नहीं है। गैरत का सबूत जरूर हो सकता है, इश्क बहुत आगे का लेवल है। समझ रहे? गौर से समझें एवरीबॉडी, इश्क का जो है ना लेवल, वो कुछ और ही लेवल है। वो टपकता है मेरे सर के बाल से पैर तक। अगर मुझे इश्क से भी है तो टपकता है, नजर आ रहा है। द वन थिंग नोबडी कैन कंफ्यूज कि मेरे अंदर का सेंट्रल फिगर क्या है। वो even if I want to hide it, I won't be able to. Okay? So that's something which is missing. The remedy is कि बच्चों को बचपन से जवानी तक अल्लाह के नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की सीरा और उनकी साइकोलॉजी को इनकॉर्पोरेट करें। अगर आपने याद रखिएगा, पता नहीं क्यों नहीं बताया गया हमें, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आपको क्या पता, पहले ही पता हो, ज़्यादातर पाकिस्तानी इंडियंस को नहीं पता कि सीरत नबी पढ़ाई नहीं जाती, सीरत नबी सिखाई जाती। ये जिस दिन आपको पता चल गया, तब आप कहना मुसलमान और आशिक रसूल हैं। इसके अलावा इश्क डेवलप हो ही नहीं सकता। I'm sorry, that's against common sense। क्या आप कहें मुझे मेरे रबी से इश्क है? सीरा ट्रेन हुई है कि नहीं? आपने सीरा पढ़ी है तमीना? कितना अर्सा?
बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं,
देखे ना,
प्रॉपर्ली।
आप शादीशुदा हैं? आपके बच्चे हैं? जितना आपको आपके बच्चों का पता है ना, जितना आपको अपने बच्चों से प्यार है, हमजा अब्बास अलैहिस्सलाम ने साद बिन माज को, साद बिन उबादा को, मुसअब बिन उमैर को खड़ा करके कहा था तमीना जो मैंने आपसे कहा कि जितना तुम्हें अपने बच्चे और बच्चियों से जिस तरीके से अपनी बच्चियों को प्रोटेक्ट करते हो उससे भी ज़्यादा तुमने मोहम्मद को प्रोटेक्ट करना, वरना आप मदीना नहीं भेज रहे। ये है बेसिस। अब मैं आपको क्यों बता रहा हूँ, बिकॉज इट्स अ कोर इशू कि हमें अपने नबी का पता ही नहीं है। अल्लाह की कसम नहीं पता। मैं आपसे 6 सवाल करूँगा और वो वाले नहीं कि जो डीप सवाल है, स्टेप 2 के क्वेश्चन आपको नहीं पता होंगे। इमरान खान के पता होंगे, नवाज शरीफ के पता होंगे, जरदारी के पता, अल्लाह के नबी के नहीं पता होंगे। No, आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू belittle you, नाउज़ बिल्लाह। What I'm saying is मुसलमानों का जनरल हाल यही। So we cannot use this word इश्क, sorry. So इश्क का लफ्ज नहीं होगा,
इश्क का लफ्ज नहीं होगा,
होना चाहिए,
लेकिन
sorry.
मेरा क्वेश्चन शायद ये है कि वो जो हमारी मस्जिद में 4-5 मस्जिदों में जिनसे मैंने राब्ता किया, उनके लेवल को आप क्या कहेंगे? मतलब वो हम सब के साथ खड़े नहीं हुए। मतलब वो इश्क ना सही, मोहब्बत ना सही, अपने नबी की गुस्ताखी, नाउज़ुबिल्लाह जो भी उस टाइम पे हुई थी।
तमीना, मैं समझ गया हूँ उनको। see, I'm a Muslim unless I know and talk to them and they tell me what was bought. Maybe it was just a worldly fear of being in England. We cannot do that, otherwise we'll be deported. Maybe they have some sort of other reasons. Maybe they had a way bigger protest going on and you did not factor into their equation. I do not know. But most probably, they were just afraid. Okay? And it is the Quran and a verse in the Quran about these situations that Allah Azza wa Jalla says that, have you seen that man who has a God of his own, made by his own self, within his own self? Okay? वो उसी को उसने अल्लाह बना लिया, उसी की पूजा करता रहता है, उसका अपना ही नफ्स है वो। तो ज़्यादातर इंग्लिश मुस्लिम्स हो, अमेरिकन मुस्लिम हो, कैनेडियन मुस्लिम्स हो, वो अभी भी क्वीन विक्टोरिया के लॉ को अबाइड करने को इसलिए मुस्लिम लॉ पे नहीं आते कि ये ना हो हमें देख के ये समझें कि हम उसामा बिन लादेन हैं और हमें निकाल दें। ओके, दैट्स इट। So that's most problem. I'm not saying that it is. I don't know them. Most probably. Okay. Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma biqawm hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. That's a basic Islam rule. Allah is not gonna help you. That is what Allah is saying. I am not gonna help you. Allah does not help. Inna Allah la. No. Allah is not going to help you. That is the only book which from Allah, which says Allah is not going to help you. First, you help yourselves, then Allah is going to help you. If you don't help yourselves, you are maghdubi alayhim. That's the basic rule. And बचपन से, ever since we were kids, maghdubi alayhim are the Jews. Are you kidding me? Maghdubi alayhim is not a Jews. It is whoever breaks the covenant. Muslims are maghdubi alayhim. Anyone can tell. It doesn't take Albert Einstein to run an equation on us. So Allah is not going to help you, guaranteed. If you don't guarantee this, Allah is guaranteeing maghdubi alayhim. That's the start, okay? Why? So that you can take whatever I'm about to say very seriously. Because I'm not here to sell anything. I'm here, I swear to God, I'm here to take your kids.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम सर।
Really?
सर एक सवाल है। सॉरी वो आपको
Go on,
काट दिया।
Right.
सर मेरा सवाल ये है कि अरब ममालिक जो हैं वो हट धर्मी पर क्यों कायम हैं, वो क्यों अभी तक खामोश हैं, जैसा कि हम जानते हैं।
Why? I don't. क्यों? इससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है अरब ममालिक?
क्योंकि अगर हम देखें तो उनको तमाम मुस्लिम उम्मा की हमायत है और उनको एक किस्म की मजहबी।
आसान जवाब दे देता हूँ। अल्लाह की तरफ से हर पाकिस्तानी को ये बताना ज़रूरी था अल्लाह की तरफ से हर पाकिस्तानी को ये पता होना ज़रूरी था कि पाकिस्तान अपने आप को मुसलमान कहने के बावजूद कितना बेगैरत है। हम पाकिस्तानी मर्दों की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं। अगर अरब हमला कर देते ना, हमारी ये बेगैरती नज़र ना आती हमें। समझ गए? ये है सिल्वर लाइनिंग। हम सहारे में और आसिर और दलासे में होते, हाँ देखें हम जहाद कर रहे हैं। हम कहाँ जहाद कर रहे हैं? अरब कर रहे होते। सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज, फ़लस्तीन की बात करें ना आप, हाँ, फ़लस्तीन पे अगर अरब कुछ कर देता ना तो हमें झूठा आसरा मिल जाता। शुक्र है नंगे हो गए, हम नजर आ गए।
बस ये एक रीज़न है,
काफ़ी नहीं है हमारे आपस के लिए। कोई अरबी आएगा ना उसको मैं बताऊंगा कि सही असली रीज़न क्या है। अब आप अरबी तो नहीं है, क्योंकि आपकी उर्दू बहुत अच्छी अरबी होने के लिहाज से। अब अगर अरबी होते तो मैं बताता आपको, फिर ठीक करके बताता। अभी आप पाकिस्तानी है इसलिए पाकिस्तानी वर्जन बताया। Today we're going to present a little thesis. This thesis has been academically reviewed. However, this is something which you have not heard before. I guarantee you this. Okay? We at Source Code are working on some certain concepts. This is not something which is new to the world. This is only new to us. Okay? So, if you get this, I guarantee you, you're going to have most of the questions answered. If you are sitting on any about Islam, global situation, Muslims, why this is happening, Allah ki madad kyun nahi aati, duaएं पूरी क्यों नहीं होती, all of that. बच्चों के साथ क्या करूं, मेरा क्या रोल है, मेरी बेटी का, मेरे बेटे का, my husband, my wife, every question will be answered if this thesis, if you agree and understand and agree, if you understand and agree to this. Okay? Now, what is this thesis? The thesis is very simple. Every and any story starts with the story of Adam alayhi salam. Adam alayhi salam's story ends at when Adam and Hawa alayhi salam were sent to the planet, and Allah Azza wa Jal uses the plural tense, which means Adam, Hawa, and Shaitan, all three of them were sent. And Allah Azza wa Jal says, from here onwards till the day of judgment, you are not going to get along with each other. Adam alayhi salam and his people, and Shaitan and his people. Not, they're enemies forever. Now, Shaitan has some handicap. Handicap means he's got some leverage. Okay? So that's why every Muslim, gaur nahi karte hum, every Muslim is taught, no matter what you do, you start with what? A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. The most underrated statement in Islam, Muslims. It is the core of all Muslims. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim means first and foremost, the bigger enemy. Okay? And then, Puppi or Saas. Pehle, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. That means this whole globe is under a certain power which is going to exert towards whatever wrong that can be done by a single man or an individual or a group. So, why I'm telling you this is that unless we understand the whole system, we won't be able to understand. And I'm going to show you with proofs, all of those from all angles, that there is a certain human nature of the whole human beings coming together, which we need to study and read. I'm going to make it for you. I've read all of it. I've studied all of it. I'm going to present the summary. You're going to get all of it. Don't worry. You don't have to read all of those books. I'm going to quote you all the references. Now, human beings in the globe, they behave as a single organism. They always have been, they always are, and they always will. We just don't read into it. And if you need to come, as Muslims, need to come out of this situation we are, we cannot come out of it. As Muslims, we cannot. Okay? But as human beings, we can, if we know as Muslims that how human beings work. Okay? Understand this concept. This concept is called a global reset. Global reset happens when any event on the globe in a scale which is involving everybody in the globe, if anything which is of a global nature happens, starting from even an individual or a group or a nation or a country, if it takes over the globe, the whole, every single power that Shaitan has or anything has can be reset. So, why do we need to do that if there is such a power? If we can reset the globe, why do we need to do that? Because, well, we're Muslims. We need to reset everything. Okay? So, understand what a global reset is, first of all. When 7 billion people, all of us, we believe that, you know what, there is a superpower in America. We have a certain fashion, we have a certain culture, we have a certain definition of right and wrong. यहाँ ऐसे नहीं करते, यहाँ पे तो कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता, इसका कुछ नहीं हो सकता, ये कामयाब है, this is a failure. Whatever we have definitions going on, every definition can be reset in a matter of one man's effort. Of course, it has to structure into the group's effort. So what is a global reset? Global reset is a very simple phenomena involving bigger powers of the planet at the same time affecting rest of the people which are dependent on those bigger powers. If you can engage in those bigger powers, get them to engage with your effort, even for or against, doesn't matter. If they're involved in the game, you have a chance to reset the globe. This happened many times, don't worry. I want to show you many examples. But the most important event, the biggest reset ever happened was, in our recent history, was 3,000 years ago. When one man, alayhi salam, Ibrahim alayhi salam, took one man's journey, literally one man, his own family was against him, okay? But he went through the journey and the struggle, and he did whatever he did, and this is what he did to the globe. One man, alayhi salam, this is what one man did to the globe. All of these colors that you see, other than pink, pink is also, a little shade of Ibrahim alayhi salam. This is pink. But all of whatever is all of wherever, they believe in Ibrahim alayhi salam and his covenant, his purpose. The purpose of Ibrahim alayhi salam, there you go, all of it. One man, globe. How did it start? It started here, and then it ended here. Actually, it ended here in Palestine. Okay? This is Ibrahim alayhi salam's struggle. He didn't live for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. No. So Momin, where's Momin? Gone? Iman? Okay. Kids, make sure you understand. One man, Ibrahim alayhi salam. This is how he resets the globe. One can argue he was a prophet, got a lot of divine help. Okay, yeah, that's true. Then something else happened. Took many years. Human beings went back into the whatever they do. फिर अमेरिका और चाइना की लड़ाई होगी, रूस की लड़ाई होगी इब्राहिम अलैहिस्सलाम के बाद. I mean, मिसाल दे रहा हूँ. उस वक्त की powers, all of the evil came back in, and then a lot of prophets came between him and him. But the global reset was not done by any prophet except this one man, alayhi salam, Musa alayhi salam. Okay, he came and he reset in even smaller journey, very small journey, but he reset the globe. So much so that still the biggest problem right now on the globe is in the name of Moses. Last speech in the UN by Netanyahu was in the name of Moses alayhi salam. Imagine that. Now we know that this is Israel. This is Israel. Okay? But they call it Israel. I don't really want to say this word, but this is Israel, right? But this is the actual promised land in the book of Genesis and Deuteronomy. This is the land that was promised. So when Netanyahu, when he says, we all know that Israel is promised by God to the Jews. He says that, well, this is what he means. Because this literally is the promised land in the Bible, the Old Testament. ये जो MBS को बहुत ज़्यादा नखरा चढ़ा हुआ है ना, so this is Medina, by the way. This is Medina. Well, here somewhere. Here. So the Dajjal is going to come here, and that's our prophecy, not theirs. And he's going to say, there I give you the white palace of Muhammad. He's going to come on the edge of Uhud. So Greater Israel does not have Medina in there. Which, हमें पता है ना हदीसों से, he can enter everywhere. Well, this is where he's going to enter. Everywhere else, he's not going to go. His disciples are going to go. Just a little food for thought. This is currently the impact that they're translating from Moses. Next global reset came by our Prophet ﷺ. He reset the globe. He literally reset the globe, because at that time, there were many powers going on. And I'm not going to draw the map, bring in the map of the Roman and the Greco-Roman thing going on, the Persian and whatever is going on in China. But this is literally, this is the Muslim reset. One man, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, resets the globe. So much so that this becomes of that reset. This is not the current situation. This is just an impact, okay? This is one man's reset. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay? Now, you can see that this was also under the Muslim land right here. This is it, Spain, Gibraltar, Spain, Portugal, Gibraltar, everything. This is not here because this is Indonesia, the Muslim country now. So it's very recent. Okay? So, after this, the global reset was done 1400 years ago. Between these, there are two more big resets. Between these. But not going to that detail, this is the more relevant, because I'm in England, so I kind of brought in your queen. All of you guys have said her name at least once, right? When you were saying God save her, right? So, that was the big reset. This is what she did. The Victorian reset. One woman with a vision resets the globe. This is the Victorian reset, what happens. By the way, these are all Victorian islands. She was really into islands. She reset the globe. So, what happened after Victoria? Well, somebody else reset the globe. Tried to fail, a German. He tried, the world was reset. He didn't do it, but it was reset. This is how it looks like. This is the global reset going on. One guy rose from the ranks in Germany. Yeah. So, everybody against this one man. Everybody. Okay? So, this happens again. Here, this is one army, everyone else is against him. Global reset. Global reset means, what does that mean? You see what I'm saying? Everyone changes the definition of how they look at things. We are still under this reset. We, Pakistanis, are under this reset. Okay? Pakistan was the passive result of this reset. Okay? So, what does that mean when I say global reset? And why am I telling you this? What is this guy from Pakistan, utھ ke aa gaya, England, starts talking about the globe, all of a sudden, England, central London? Does that even matter? I'll tell you why and tell you why you. Okay? The global reset is very simple. This is what I missed. This is the basic general list. And it doesn't really matter unless you understand two extra things. And I'm going to tell you those two things. You are those two things. And once you understand why I brought this slide deck, you'll understand if this sermon is given in every masjid, in every nook and cranny in England, America, France, Germany, for Muslim masjids, this global reset can be done in less than 5 years. All you have to do is deliver this sermon to your kids, my kids. But why your kids? Why these kids? Here you go. There's this one guy in Roma, Italy. One guy. If he did not convert to Christianity, there would be no Christianity. One guy. He converts to Christianity, otherwise every Christian was being persecuted, killed. Hunt kar karke maar rahe the. They were hunting them down. Every Christian was hiding. Remember the Salman Farsi story? He had to find a priest because they were hiding. But this one guy comes and converts. And everyone in the world, most of every second person in this planet right now is a Christian because there's one guy. Okay? He converts. And global reset. Nobody can touch a Christian anymore. Constantinople is a Christian now. Okay? Everybody defines the current law in the world right now. Coming from where? The Quran? No. The Torah? No. The Bible. Every country. Because of the global reset. Then Prophet ﷺ comes in, big, then in Europe, people go against your church here, Church of England, and they go into a rebellion. They protest. Everybody knows the split of what happened with the Protestant movement, with Martin Luther King Sr. Then happens this, which I was talking about. I just spoke to you about that German guy. And all of a sudden, these things started to happen here. I'll tell you what these are, don't worry. But they're happening here. Upari bada kuch aur tha, I don't want to go back in that detail. Or here, there's something else going on. So you need to see what these things are, why I'm here, why do I need your daughters and sons? These are, well, you guys cannot be here, you won't be alive right now. You guys are here, here, and here. In this very hall. And in this very audience of the video. Most of you guys watching this video are here. How do you know? Magic. Some of you guys are also watching this video. You're writing bad comments right now. Here, you're in the middle, but these guys, most of the people who are watching this video, and most of the people, we're going to do something for my vision, which is next year in Jerusalem. Inshallah. So who are the boomers? Well, they did this to the world. Who's Gen X, Gen Y, and before, there's a generation between Gen X and Gen Y. The 70s and the 80s. And this is Gen Y, the 80s and the 90s. And this is Gen Z, which is the 2000s. Okay, and 2010s. Now, what does that got to do with the global reset? Well, this global reset, your kids who are 20-year-old, obviously they do not know 9/11. But who knows 9/11? Personally. Personally, not in the books. Who remembers 9/11? Is okay, 3 or 4 or 5. Very few people. That's Gen Y. That's Gen X, Gen Y. 9/11. Some people don't even know what 9/11 is. 9/11 is when 2 planes hit the New York buildings, right here. Okay? This became as big of an event as this. This was supposed to be a big event because this man was fighting against Iblis. A'udhu billahi minash shaitan. The whole globe. These people were not fighting against Iblis. What happens here? Something else. Okay? So, this is how you reset. Whenever a global event happens of this kind of catastrophe, this kind of magnitude, good or bad, if it is a global impact, if somebody can stretch it to the globe everywhere, this is going to happen. No matter where you are in Philippines or Fiji or Papua New Guinea, New Zealand, Australia, Cambodia, Vietnam, India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, Middle East, up Turkey, North, France, England, Canada, America, Brazil, Argentina, Chile. Everybody gets to do three things. Right away, status quo gets disrupted because the people in power, which are the politicians, all of a sudden, they start shaking up and down. And as soon as they start shaking, Who are they? They are the intellectual elite. So definitions get smeared. You know what smeared is? They don't matter anymore. So this came after the Victorian age. This came during the Victorian age, and all of a sudden, modernism is blatantly challenged and destroyed after the World War. कि ये निकला है? This is why you want to be modern, scientific, and technology. You want to kill people, make bombs and nuke Japan. All of that. That movement that killed modernism was the technology. You know who designed the gas chambers for Hitler? Amra? Bande marne ke liye. To kill babies? Who designed the gas chambers? The Nobel Prize winner for physics. The German. He won the Nobel Prize for physics and ended up making those gas chambers which used to test how long does it take for a 1-year-old Jew to die, and then 2-year-old Jew to die, and 3-year-old, and testing it on time with stopwatches. He designed the whole physics of how a gas chamber is supposed to be constructed. So people threw this away and came into this. Doesn't matter what it is. I'm not going to bore you with modernism, postmodernism. I am going to do something else. Okay? So, as soon as this happens, when Obamas and Bushes and Rishi Sunaks and what's his name now? Well, just tell me the spelling of the last name. The spelling. Stammer. Really? Stammer. That's his name. Stammer. I want to call him what it is. Stammer. Oh, S-T-A-R. Starmer. Starmer. Okay. I like Rishi better, right? So, it's easy to say. So, this affects these people. Anyone else under the waterfall gets affected. This comes in the shape of books, amendments in policies, literature, hence even movies. Okay? And all of a sudden, this is what Adan is doing, Aisha. Adan starts to get new definitions at her age. Oh, I know. Yeah. Yep. So Muiz was asking me, and I've told you, unless you do this, you won't be able to get this. And Quran has made it compulsory for us to do this. لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ هُوَ الَّذِي أَرْسَلَ رَسُولَهُ بِالْهُدَى وَدِينِ الْحَقِّ وَدِينِ الْحَقِّ. The ultimate true system. That Deen al-Haq means the only true deen. لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ وَكَفَى بِاللَّهِ شَهِيدًا. That's it. I am testifying it and I'm enough. Oh no. So I wish this sermon would have done when I was 8. I'm kidding. Maghrib prayer, okay? Let me just finish this slide, let me go for Maghrib, okay? So, once these events happen, let me show you something else. Yeah. This happens, this is something which you know, that one you don't, your daddy and my daddy does. We all know this, okay? This happens all of a sudden. Who knows the meaning of the word psychosocial? What is psychosocial? Gee, what's the meaning of the word psychosocial? Listen to this word, okay? The meaning of this word, psychosocial.
Psychosocial is something that entails the psychological as well as social aspects of a situation or a thing or an event that happens.
So Islamophobia is what, psycho or social? It's psychosocial. Any and every cultural shift in any and every country because of this becomes psycho or social?
Both.
Both, psychosocial. So if I have some book or some wand or some video or some bomb or some plane or some political amendment or some lawyer or some prime minister in my hand, if I start changing the way you define right and wrong, the way you're going to define what to do with your kids, I control your psychosocial behavior. Right now, there are no more than 200 people, no more, it's less than 200, who are controlling the psychosocial definitions of 7 billion people. And they're alive right now, they're alive. They're doing it right now, and they know what they're doing. That's called the deep state, which you heard what deep state is. किसी ने सुना नहीं हुआ ये लफ्ज़ पहले? So, as soon as a political seismic activity happens, seismic means shaking. If somebody shakes the politics of the world, with any event, होना वो global चाहिए. It has to be global. Okay? All of a sudden, psychosocial seismic activity starts to happen. And if psychosocial activity starts to happen, then we are patients for some counselor, and that counselor is not a psychiatrist. You know what he is? He is a politician. We are just little test dummies. That's what happens. Okay? If it is doing it for the good, he's gonna treat us as a psychologist and train us into developing for the better. If he's not, he's gonna train us to become a subordinate to his own goals and survivals. Let me just go back to this. This is the biggest psychosocial event that ever happened in the history of the world. So psychosocial that it has become the definition of spirituality, okay, and definition of religion. सबसे deep psychological ingrainment होती है किसकी? Religion. So unless we do Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim, the way you did it to Ibrahim, do it for our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This is how big Ibrahim alayhi salam is. That is not psychosocial. That is everything. Yes, that is biopsychosocial. Don't want to use that word right now. I'm coming to it. So, this is where I want you to be. Make sure you understand. Come on, to this. I'm going to bring you here. You can control all of this if your purpose is aligned in your kids, which Allah Azza wa Jal gave you. This is your kids, without any exception. All the kids in the hall have these. Either you're going to ruin them or you're going to develop them. I'm going to tell you how to ruin it. I'm going to tell you how to ruin a child in less than 7 years. Don't worry. I guarantee you that. And I'm also going to tell you how to develop a person, a human element, a human instrument that's going to create a global reset. Both of the options are with you. Both of Allah Azza wa Jal gave you that potential. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to prove to you with every child right now. Okay? So, first and foremost, let's go to here. Now, two things have happened. Allah ke yahan tukke nahi hote. There are no accidents in Islam. Two things have happened. One, the window of opportunity has come right in front of us. The global event has already happened. And something weird, something so amazing just started to flourish itself, which is the uncanny, unique, identifiably peculiar attributes of a certain human generation which were never there before. Two things have happened in the same time. ये समझ लें सूरज ग्रहण और चांद ग्रहण एक ही रात में लग गया. Okay, the stars have aligned, all the solar system planets. That is our understanding of the Gen Z potential and attributes, the natural attributes of every human being versus the Gen Z behavior, and a political, global, without even us doing anything about it, global event has placed itself on our plates. All we have to do is combine these two anodes and cathodes. It's going to create the electricity. I'll show you after Maghrib prayer, don't worry. But this, I do not know, I'm not a fortune teller, but this has never happened in the past. Prophets, alayhimus salam, had to create groups of 1, 2, 3, 4 to create a global movement. Every prophet started with 1, then went to 2, and then to 3. Starts with own home and Khadija in her own home, Ali in his own home, Abu Bakr in his own circle. 3 people. We don't have to do that. We have a way bigger potential right there. I'll tell you how to look at it, how to see it, and how to use it. And if after seeing all of this you don't, you are in twice the trouble on the day of judgment. Especially you mommies. Because most of what I'm going to say is for the age 13 and down. If you can't fix that, cannot blame your hubbies. Because what the pali tabai. You know that, don't worry, it's not a secret. They know it too. Somebody told them. So we break for 15 minutes for Maghrib, inshallah, and then we meet right back here with this.
Everyone is requested to take seats. We are resuming the session right now.
Yes, please, let's, please, people who are waiting outside the hall, please come inside. This is going to get a little intense. See, this led to making different countries, hence different definitions of even your loyalties and how we operate. Now we are Pakistan, India ki ladai hoti hai. We operate as Pakistanis. Before the World War, before 1947, we did not have that identity. But we did fight a lot of wars. Those wars for Victoria. Okay? So everything changes. Now we're not going to fight for England, no matter what happens, but we are going to fight regardless of England. So things change. Everything changes actually. Now the way we look at ourselves, especially overseas Muslims, camera mein dekh ke bol rahe to. Every overseas Muslim has this weird definition of his own self. It's called self-esteem, okay? Self-esteem and self-worth. He's got his own self-esteem being echoed through the next non-Muslim. Like literally, especially the Canadian Muslims. In Australia, I was in Sydney and in Melbourne. They were telling me that not most, so many Muslims don't register themselves as Muslims anymore in Australia. So many, you have a microphone? You have a microphone, did you? No. So, why do so many Muslims in Australia, and I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt that you guys don't do it. Since I'm here, nobody said they do, but in Australia they do, right? So, why? Because of these sort of things. They affect us so much so that we even forego our core, which is Islam. Forego. And I'm the one, he's talking about global change. They already are changed. They're not Muslims anymore. Yes, ma'am. Closer.
Can you hear it now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The question was that you said that we're depending on the future generations. The problem is that when we're in such a society where we are right now, different things could be looked at by different perspectives. For example, if you're pro-Palestinian, you're anti-Semitic. If you're against, maybe some people might think you're against some of the letters, then you're against British values. So my question is that if we're bringing up our children, but then we have to teach them to be politically appropriate as well, so we're already putting fear inside them to some extent. I mean, for example,
what?
A lot of fear. So my question is, if you're talking about young children who are supposed to be future leaders, but then again they have to function within society, how is that possible? Like us being adults, we have to be.
Hold on, pause. Don't let go of the microphone. Function within the society. That's your premise.
What I'm trying to say is,
No, that is your premise.
Yes, kind of.
No, it's like literally all of your premises. Okay. So I'm going to come to that because the definition of a highly functional adult or a citizen, okay, that is something that you need to create, not follow. But you're following it. And by the way, even King Charles himself would revere the guy who's going to reset or recreate the definitions, or better definitions, more progressive, more positively tuned definitions of a citizen. By the way, that's done every single day. It's called writing the book. Making a philosophical change. Nietzsche did it, Hume, Descartes, Dostoevsky, you name it. What are they doing? They're improving the definitions of a citizen. Okay, but we, since we're dependent, we're trained to be dependent as Muslim Pakistanis, we think that the best citizen is something which seeks approval of His Highness King Charles. His Highness King Charles. Now, even though he himself, Charles, I'm talking about your king, he himself would die for an improvement in the definition of a citizen, or citizenship for that matter. We don't even think like this. You know why? We're human nature. Human nature. We think only when this is going to happen. And I'm telling you, in the next 50 years, at least 50 years, Allah na kare, if things go the way. Otherwise, hundreds of years. Only a white man or someone from a politically sound state is going to come and change this thought. Why? Do you know that they say, of course it's not true, they say that Fields medal is white. You know that? Have you heard the phrase? Fields medal is white. You know why? Nobody other than the Caucasians ever won it. You think it's a fluke? It's a coincidence? By the way, a Muslim girl won it from Iran. She died because she was not mentally well because of her medical condition, not psychological. But you think it's a chance that only a certain amount of countries and that one or two races are producing performers? It's not a chance. It's done by design. That's the design I want you to disrupt. Here, I'm talking about the design. This is the design. All we need is a certain number of kids. I'll tell you the number. I'm here with the number. I have the equation right in front of you. I'm going to open it right in front of you. And you'll be like, okay, how many years will it take? I'll tell you the amount of years it's going to take. If I have X amount of kids, I'll tell you Y amount of years for this. And then all of a sudden, Jennifer's and Samantha's in Manchester are going to start wearing hijab because, what's your name? Aliza is wearing it because whatever she wears is the definition of culture and cool. Right now, you have to go against Jennifer's and Samantha's just to prove a point. Amazing, isn't it? So, this is the October reset. October reset, by definition, has more than World War I or II combined. It is way more than the Victorian reset. Look at this. This never happened. This is only happening after 3,000 years. When people here also know what's going on in Anchorage. This is Anchorage. Actually, this is Anchorage. Okay? Florida, they know it. California know it. Toronto knows it. Of course, you guys know it. You guys are south, right? Here. Auckland knows it. Auckland knows it. Canberra knows it. Japan, Mongolia knows it. Siberia knows it. What's going on? Here. Of whatever's happening here. Everyone's directly involved. Scandinavia, directly involved. Some of Scandinavia is right here. Some of it. So, Cape Town knows it. Actually, Cape Town is part of the enemy. Axis and allies, remember? Let me show you. The same colors. Orange. Look at this orange. This orange and this orange. Nothing else is orange, by the way. This orange, this orange. Look at us, by the way. Look at these. इसलिए गुस्सा आता है ना? आता है ना गुस्सा फिर? This. Look at this picture. This happened only after this. Look. 2 against the world. 2 against the world. 2 against the world. 1 and 2. And you know, by the way, this is not a Muslim country. Actually, it's one of the most staunch Christian countries in the world. South Africa. So, but global reset nonetheless. This means only one state. Okay? Where is it? Red is pro-Palestinian, which does not mean anti-Israel. Condemning Israel does not mean pro-Palestinian. Okay? So they've graded it really well. So look at the grades. Is this not a global reset? Of course it's a global reset. About to happen. Or, if we Muslims push hard, beg to every force, please do not let it get reset, because then we will have accountability on the Day of Judgment as Muslims. Because it is happening whether we want it or not. Who is it going to be for? Well, let me show you. This is how the impact looks like. This is the October reset. You need to understand, you are English Muslims. You're not from Sahiwal sitting here right now, or Multan. And most of you guys haven't even heard or let alone read some of the words in this slide. By the way, these are the proposed solutions for the problem. It better not happen, okay? Because we only look for, look at this guy again. Look at this guy again. It's always in something. कोई ना कोई दो नंबरी होती है हमारे साथ, नहीं? Look at this guy. First man, PTI, कौन है PTI वाले? Two-state solution. First man to accept Israel. Nawaz Sharif wale, two-state solution. Pakistan army, two-state solution. No, that's not the solution, by the way. Okay? Most of the world is sitting here. Most of the world. Now the trend is changing because these puppets These puppets sitting here in Islamabad, puppets. हम पे तो इन्हीं का effect आया है ना. Most of the Pakistanis don't even know what two-state solution means or follow kar rahe hain. So what is this? This is the landscape right now. No one, not even a single country, is unaware of what's going on. Look, two flanks, green and red. Two flanks, two armies. This is way bigger than World War I or World War II combined. Psychosocial potential, biohazard declared. Every academic will tell you this. This is the most interesting slide. Look at this. Look at the number and magnitude of this and this, you English people, this. Okay? Look at what the Muslim world is going through. Don't want to call it that. ये तो पता नहीं किधर हुए अपनी local police नहीं रोकती हैं. You know, our own army and police went against these protests. So, this is what's actually happening in the world. Right now, I'm going to come back to this slide. If needed, don't worry. This is what, I'm going to come back to this later, don't worry. Yeah. Here, let's pause. Let's talk about the other constant in the equation. One is the global reset. October, everything else is right there. What is the second constant? Second constant is that child. Where is it? Well, give me any child. Adan. Okay? No, Adan is alpha. I need someone who's over 13 and under 30. Under, 25, 30. Anybody, raises a hand. Over 15. Everybody's over 15. Come on, look, people. Look alive. Okay? Here you go. Yes, sir, you are. What's your name? I can't hear you, sir. I can't hear you. Just spell it. Anzar. Okay. Anzar, how old are you? 15. Oh, perfect. So Anzar, focus. Everybody look at Anzar. Anzar, raise your hand. Hey, this is Anzar. Okay? There's a brain inside this body. I'm actually trying to focus and trying to retune and reshape. Okay? This is one of our son's nephews. You know who? Everybody has one of Anzars in their house, right? So, Anzar, there is something that you can do that most of the Muslims couldn't even think of, let alone try it, let alone finish it. Okay? So, I'm going to show you these stats, don't worry. Anzar, when you go to a masjid for a Jummah, do you go early or do you go late? Really? So why do you go early? For what? Salah. Jummah, man. Jummah. Yeah. Khutbah. So you go through the khutbah? You take notes? Really? We believe you. But you're an exception. Because, we're all men here. We don't go on time. We go, even if we are in time, we find the wall to lean on, and then we are there for the Arabi khutbah, not the actual sermon, because that's the wajib. Khutbah, other than that, Jummah nahi hota na. So most of the men are doing that. But Anzar, listen, there is a problem that global, mommies, please focus. All the efforts that you're doing कि बच्चा मजहबी हो जाए, all the efforts that you're doing कि drugs में ना पड़ जाए, sex and weapons and whatnot, LGBT and throw in every English thing that is there. You guys are afraid that your kids or whoever you are your daughter or son shouldn't be prone to that. उसके लिए एक ही remedy है और वो है मुफ्ती Menk के lectures or Al Huda or whatever, you know, Farhat Hashmi or whatever. That's the only play. Is there any other play that you guys have as Muslims? Is there? बच्चे बचाने की तरकीब क्या है? Come on, think. No, वो तो तबाह होने. No, hold on. Come on, think, play with me, work with me. I need you to work with me. How, Aisha, how are you trying to save Aden from England? How? Quran कैसे? And mommy has to learn and then has to teach, right? Mommy has to learn what? I'm telling you this right now. This is the heart of the session, okay? Focus right now. Any child right now who's Anzar's age or less, yes, sir. What is it? Really? Or we can go to Mars. It's equally possible. On what?
Muslim, I think the best thing we can give to our generation is to establish the deen of Allah as a system. So we can give them the country or society, mainly the land. So they remain away from all these.
I'm talking about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, man.
I think we can start struggling for this and then we can have it.
No, it's not. Absolutely not. No. I mean, you're talking about 10 years down the line.
Maybe doing that as well.
Or maybe less, but very future. I'm talking about your current strategy. Okay? Current. No. Even if you do know the actual Sirah in the Quran, you think people who are training Quran and Sirah, they don't have the Quran in front of them?
Dissonance, because the school is teaching, the colleges are teaching different something.
No. The problem is not England or their teachers. No. Well, yeah, it's going to help, but no, they're not going to. Listen, most of your kids are going to act in front of you in 2024 onwards, and they're going to be way more English than you can possibly imagine because they know you do not know what English means when they're not in front of you. Because in front of you, they know exactly what picture to keep in the frame that you look through, and that's it. Okay, they're not just quicker, they're not wiser, they're more intelligent, and they know exactly what your demons are. They're going to feed your demons. That's what's happening in every masjid overseas I've ever went to, from Australia to Canada, America, and now England. You know why? Because that guy who is teaching the Quran has learned it through a technique. That technique was for a certain grammar. That grammar was from the generation of the 70s. That grammar does not work on Adan or Anzars. That's why most of the scholars are deemed bland or boring and do not have any relevance in whatever the question these kids have right now. In other words, give you an easy example, that 70s generation is slower and does not fill the holes that these kids have vacuums and fractures, even if they are true to their questions. So this fast generation had more straight questions. This is what's going on, which current scholarship can never, ever suffice unless they change two things. It's not working anymore. Okay, it is. No, it's not. Oh, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Really? How many? This is the gist of all those pictures I did before. Now, Generation Z is the kidlings of Gen X, Gen Y, right? Gen Y knew the transition between before and after YouTube, before and after Instagram, before and after Facebook. Gen Y knew the time before that. Gen X invented Facebook. Gen X invented YouTube. Okay? Obviously, it took a little time. But Gen Z is born inside it. They don't even know what happened before 2x of the YouTube speed. Anzar, you watch videos on YouTube? 2x? You know what that means? Everybody knows what it means? Who doesn't know what it means? What I just asked Anzar, who doesn't even know what it means? Everybody knows what it means. You don't know what it means? So he will have stress hormones flowing through his body. If that man continues on the same speed, whatever he's talking about comes later, he has to talk in the right speed. That's what he sets before he listens to the lecture. That's called 2x. 2x means 2 times the speed. By the way, that's the maximum YouTube allows right now, which he's getting pissed off at every single day because he's trying to find whether they upgraded it to 3x for now. Okay? Most of the Muslim scholars are trained to speak at half x. They think if I'm speaking in half the speed, I am more credible, I'm more mannered, and I have to put a lot more emphasis before the text. It's called the pretext. That was the requirement in the 60s and 70s. Wallahu alam. I'm assuming. So, this boy, so Anzar is trained by YouTube videos, different content makers, so that they can get Anzars to look at their content by putting in certain attributes. Do you know what the attributes are? Number 1, convenience. Number 2, accessibility. Number 3, speed. Number 4, relevance. It never used to be in this order, nor were these things there before as requirements. So, number 1, Anzar, as soon as he looks at a video, if this guy is not cutting to the chase, he's going to skip it. कि बहुत ही खुश का वो आप क्या तमीदें बांध रहा है भाई पॉइंट पे आ okay if we ever did this to our elders or scholars we would have been lynched. No, that's the word, lynched, because that's blasphemous if you do this to a religious scholar. We cannot speak to a religious scholar saying, sir, point kya hai? This question was never heard in the streets of Arabia or Pakistan or India in the 60s, 70s. Now, you start with that question. Sir, first, pehle point, baad mein story. You need to understand that. So, hota kya hai? Case becomes, there's a gap between these traditional techniques. Of course, these authorities are carrying those techniques. Hence, Anzar is not going to look forward on Friday morning looking at his folks trying to get ready for kya Jummah hai. He'll be like, oh my God, that dude takes an hour to just finish a sentence. Okay? It's a regular conversation, by the way, boys. I don't know about girls, but the sample that I have, boys. हर स्कॉलर को स्पीड के ऊपर टैग किया हुआ है. हर स्कॉलर को. Every scholar, जो भी स्कॉलर को सुन रहे हैं, by the way. स्पीड पे टैग किया हुआ है. कि I like this guy, I can listen to him on 1x. Because the scholar is fast and swift. Even though they're not designed for YouTube, something else designed all of this whole algorithm of the mind. So what happens is they're trained into it before even they know right and wrong, because they were trained from Roblox. They were trained from Skippity. Yeah, I know. They were trained from all of those things that you know what. And by the way, you know why? Because mommy had to watch the morning show, so she had to throw the cell phone at you so you can eat. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lunch, dinner, or breakfast. आपको तो पता नहीं था. Because we were having different Facebook and Instagram likes and dislikes from different people and friends at work. They were doing it to the kids. आपको तो खाली फोन आ रहा था कि वो आपके कार्ड में से 15 pounds और चार्ज करने लगे. She wants some more gems for Roblox. So right, let my daughter have whatever she wants. You didn't know that all of this is creating a way bigger gap in between whatever you want her to do by 16th year, 15th year, and now. So Isaiah is going to be twice the speed, and you cannot cope up with that. You're not trained into it. Not just you, nor any scholar that you'll ever find. So you need what you know what you need? You need those scholars that you like, who are relevant to you. You shove them down the throat of your kids, they're not relevant to the kids anymore. So what they do is they pose in front of you. Just like Quran class and Tajweed class and Seerah class and whatever Islamic class, they're dreading every single second of that class because of these 4 or 5 psychological indicators. It's not their lack of intent. It is their design now. We've altered the design of this human being called Ansar. Ansar, you know what I'm talking about, everybody, okay, which is just a symbol, right? So, values have a different meaning now, okay? Communication has a different meaning now. Who did it? Of course, we did it. We just didn't even know what we were doing when we were doing it. Now that they're ready, they have different definitions. Pros and cons, don't worry. We can still channel it. It's an opportunity. Here, because of whatever was going on, one thing that Gen Z came out with, which Gen X and Y could not. I don't know why they didn't, because opportunities were right there. But Gen Z as a population became a brand ambassador. Everybody in every country had certain precipitation of Gen Z coming into social activism. It happens because so much information, because content is still content, right? There's got to be some villain, some hero in every content. So they were getting a general sense of, what's going on. So they know more about Palestine than their mommies. They know more about Israel than their daddies. That's something which never happened in any generation, ever. Daddies have to teach their kids. Now kids are teaching their daddies. Amazing turn of events. So, this is what's going on. First and foremost, the grammar has changed. The grammar is these 4 things I just spoke about. Communicating through these 4 or 5 indicators, these markers, these little funnels, because they're dope addicts. This generation is the generation of dopamine. If you have to see dopamine, you go to a chemistry lab or you pull out some blood from Ansar's vein right now. Pure dopamine. Really? Right now? It's all right. So the nature of communication, the speed of communication, and the structure. The structure means how quickly can I make it relevant for Ansar right now, right here. The structure. I have to keep him in the middle of the room all the time, and whatever I say, I have to make sure it is relevant to Ansar. That's the design. That's why when I said, looking at the camera, that a lot of Gen Z is watching this, because I'm designing and structuring my communication for Gen Z. इसलिए ज़्यादातर बाबे मुझे गालियाँ देते हैं. And you see the way I'm disrupting, most of them are from a certain age group. It's okay. Doesn't really matter. हारी भी फौज के जितने मर्जी जर्नैल मुझे गाली दे रहे हो. Doesn't really matter. They're not even going to pick up a gun. हारी भी फौज के जर्नैल हो या सिपाही हो. Why does that even matter? When you are on a purpose, you have to see what the landscape is. And a lot of, people on the wheelchairs like, yeah, we're going to do this to you. Yeah, okay, it's all right. You can do it later. This is what the last two generations have really come up with. So the nature, the speed, and structure. Mommies, you, Aisha, to Adan, do you even know the nature of communication? Or या फिर lecture ही चल रहे हैं अभी? Do you even know how to structure it? या फिर जो अम्मी ने जैसे बोला था वैसे ही सिखाऊंगी? या फिर मुफ्ती मैक की वीडियो से सीखेगी अदन? Because Mufti Mack is not going to cut it. I'm telling you this right now. Okay? You need to structure the communication. Otherwise, jitna marzi zor laga rahe, whatever you do, the last thing he's going to do is replicate your values and your religion, your philosophy in his own life. He's not going to do that. He's not going to become English. He's going to become a hybrid of something else. As many friends as he has, he's going to become an average of those friends in terms of intellect, in terms of psychology, in terms of philosophy, and in terms of sociology as well. An average of whatever friends he's going to find in school. So, good luck. So, I'm going to give you this slide. That's not my point. My point here is this. This was the tipping point. अभी राज की बात बता रहा हूँ, उर्दू में बता रहा हूँ, किसी को समझ नहीं आएगी यहाँ पे बाहर, अगर आपको किसी को डर लग रहा है, कुछ सुन रहा है तो ये अगर आपने दे दिए, if you can give this to your child, you've done the global reset. If you can give this, and no Muslim scholar is giving them, and every Gen Z child is asking for these. And you know where he's going? He's going to every non-Muslim, because all non-Muslim thought leaders are giving this. That's why they are the thought leaders. You look at the YouTube of every 16-year-old Muslim boy and girl. Look at Anzar's cell phone. You're going to find, if he's looking into that sort of content, if he searches for, serious content, you're going to find 99.9% non-Muslim thought leaders. He would know Jordan Peterson, and he would know, whatever. In England, I do not know, what's the English, or whatever. But this man, if he's going to look at Mufti Menk, or who is English, why am I calling Mufti Menk only? England mein. Yasir Qazi, okay? Well, he's not in England too. वो क्या कर रहे होंगे? Yasir Qazi and Namaz, they're teaching this. This is where they are. But Gen Z is not going to quench their thirst from this, because they're like, dude, are you for real? This, I can do this with my eyes closed. I don't need you for these. I got YouTube. So they're going to pump this sort of content through their cell phones, and that's where this tipping point is. Ammi Abbu yaad kare, Ammi Abbu. कल्चर बेटा, कल्चर, तहजीब होनी चाहिए, बाल ऐसे नहीं, बात ऐसे नहीं, काम ऐसे नहीं, वॉक ऐसे नहीं. Remember? All Ammi's Abbus. And they were in this certain Kabail endowment, खानदानी लड़की चाहिए आपके लिए, खानदानी लड़की होती है तो शादी करेंगे, खानदानी लड़का चाहिए आपको. All of this endowment effect, groups, behavior, all of that psychology. Then जब ये पूछो अम्मी इसका, अबू इसका जवाब, ये आपने क्यों कहा है? एक जोर का थप्पड़ क्यों पूछता है अब्बे से? इस्लाम क्यों ठीक है? ब्लास्फेमस, मुझे ही मरवाएगा. Superstitious lack of critical thinking was blasphemy in the last generation of Pakistan. So no human child in the South Asian Peninsula could ever ask a question inside his own house. You know what we used to do? Find friends for it. And then we used to talk bad about our own fathers and mothers. You know what? This dude, man. हम उधर अब्बा बोलते थे, अब्बा. You do not know this word. अब्बा मेरा ऐसा है, अब्बा मेरा ऐसा है. Right? Because I can't even connect. I have some questions. I'm not going to get answers. Then came us. And we went into fashionable words like, oh, I'm going to raise my daughter as my friend, and my son as my, my ally. Even though we didn't know that we were inside the advent of technology, and we started this cell phone, we started this iPad pe bache palna. Zaratar Aisha, Zaratar Adans ko iPad, first year of their life, they're giving iPads. Little infants lying down in the bed, can't even, put their neck straight up, but the iPad is right there. So they did this. Every single time, every single thing has to be changed. We did this. Ansars didn't do this. New cars, new houses, every single novelty. Every single thing was we got a kick out of novelty, and that was the dopamine addiction that we started. And then, since they were dopamine, hence the Pakistani and Indian girls started using the word, "Mera shor narcissistic hai." पाकिस्तान में ये लफ्ज़ पहली दफ़ा 1999 में बोला गया, उससे पहले कोई नार्सिसिस्ट आया ही नहीं कभी जैसे. But this generation was so entitled, everything has to have a medal or a certificate, everything has to have a credit. Okay, so these entitled dopamine, because dopamine does that, it makes you selfish, makes you go through all those surges. We went through those surges, and this is called the medallion generation. Everything, we need a medal for everything. We have showcases and showcases to show for. Hence the most selfish generation that ever lived. That's why all of a sudden Pakistani Indian divorce rates went through the roof, because two selfish people cannot make it for long enough. No more friendships, no more groups. Inka gift tha groups and dostiyan. Idhar koi dosti nahi bachi. And now we see isolated individuals, 2 or 3 friends at best. वो भी मफाद के दोस्त. मफाद क्यों? Selfish बंदा मफाद का दोस्त होता है. So these narcissists, all of a sudden, we start getting, away from the group behavior, going to isolation, and then comes Ansars. These kids naturally were more socially aware, because we got YouTube as something new. So we use it for entertainment, never knowledge. Since till 2011, the statistics of YouTube were number 1, entertainment, number 2, entertainment, number 3, entertainment. Knowledge sets didn't even come to the top 20 of YouTube searches. Everybody, because it was supposed to be for entertainment. This generation transited out and put a lot of content which was serious in YouTube. So you can see, do a little research. All of the Muslim scholars, when you see when was the channel made, it was made less than 10 years ago. All the scholars that you know of, they went to YouTube, 10 years, a little more, give and take 2. That's it. Even though YouTube has been there for 20, but that was an entertainment channel. Now, everybody's there. So these kids got both. They never watch a movie, they only watch a reel. Okay, so what they do is, they get everything in bits and pieces, everything, so they're way more aware. That's why mommies can tell more about Palestine. Kids can tell mommies more about Palestine than mommies to kids. Mommies ne to khair is generation mein kitab kholi hi nahi na. Kitab to khatam hi kar diya. So most of the women in Pakistan never even knew what Palestine conflict was. Boys had to know. You know what? We have to prove a point. We were credit hungry. We wanted to be like, hey, I'm the smart guy in the room. So we didn't read the book. We heard so much, we connected everything, and we just posed it. That's why, if I ask you, there's a chance that you might know. But if I ask you, there's not even a chance that you would know the most global problem in Palestine. What is the capital of Palestine? You've never even thought about this question, have you? Think about, this is London I'm talking about, not Sahiwal or Mianwali or Khuzdar or Pashim. Easy, easy. Hold on, I'm just another man. I'm a mere mortal. Don't do this to me. This word is not even heard of in Pakistan. Okay? Not even heard of, let alone understood. वो पता कहेंगे राम और अल्लाह इकट्ठा कर दिए. That's how they do the structures, man. See the problem? This is the problem. But I'm not here for political, I'm here for the global reset, remember? I'm just trying to identify these boxes. These boxes. So these kids would know, I swear to God, you ask a 12-year-old on YouTube, he'll be like, yeah, Ramallah, man. But I would say Jerusalem, bro. They call us bro, and I don't know why. They just have to call us bro. This Gen Z, they would know. They would know Ramallah. Really, like literally. They would know Jericho, but not the history of Jericho. They would know City of David. They would know Mount Moriah, not know what the history, but they would know it because these reels keep popping these names. So they can do a lot more than us. So that's why when push came to shove in terms of university campuses, political arenas, real job stakes, you see Gen Z coming to the street doing so much. From Columbia to Harvard to Bangladesh, like literally Bangladesh, like us. But Gen Z came and they toppled the government. Can you believe that? They have the same kind of army problems, same kind of political problems, same kind of race, same color, same generation, same religion, everything the same. Even they were Pakistanis. Unki Gen X Pakistani thi. Unki Gen Y ने बांग्लादेश देखा है. Gen X को तो वो तो पाकिस्तान में पैदा हुए थे. So imagine, in one generation, this Gen Z did this. So let's talk about the Gen Z and mother and father's role right away. Ye thoda sa, just give it like 5 minutes. Let me build it up for you so that you can understand how important it is, okay? Because now I've come to the climax. Oh, not here. Remember the global reset? Whatever global reset ever happened, whoever was behind this, we now know because of the wisdom of the hindsight. We know whatever happened. We have all the history. So we know that everyone who ever did the global reset or any kind of major movement or any kind of big role to play in big things in the planet, we have hundreds and thousands of those people, right? All of them, whoever we have literature of, when we mapped it, we found that when we look at the 1% peak of that group who did so much, we find 1, 2, 3, 4 things in all of that 1%. This is all of the people that we could find literature of, worth writing about, who didn't just say, who didn't just think it, they did it. Remember these boxes? Disrupt the status quo, disrupt the thought, reset the definition. They did all of it. And this is 1, this is 2, 3, 4. Make sure you remember these two. This is an actual survey for a little less than 2020 and a little over 23. But since I didn't have all the numbers, so I went from these 3 years. Even though the numbers are the same, the results are the same. Just wanted to be on the safe side because this video goes a long way. So from 2020 to 2023, more than 1,000 corporate companies were combed. Tell us who you're going to pay the most by escalating, promoting this guy, putting him in the right position. Who do you want to keep? What is it that you require? All the 1,000 people, okay? Corporate America, corporate Europe, every company. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you want to survive? No. You want to progress? Yeah. In England, yes. In the world, yes. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not a coincidence. It's just human behavior. It's human nature. It's not a coincidence. The corporate America, corporate Europe requires these four things in a human being? Yeah. Well, human beings require these four things in a human being. We all require them for whatever reason. Now, you require them for money? Yeah, we require them for money. Because companies just talk money. They require money. So if in order for us to succeed, to take over the market, the global market, we need a guy with this, 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 and this. So Muslims, you want to free Palestine? Oh yeah, well, you need a guy with this, 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 and this. So where do they come from? Can we train them? Is this gold mine, do we have? Does Adan has it? My son has it, your son, your daughter, his daughter. Anzar, do you have it? Do you have 4 of these? If you have all 4 of these, you're a millionaire. That's what they're saying. And what I'm saying, I'm not a businessman. If you have 4 of these, I want to put you in charge. In the next 10 years, you'll have to do all the crux of the big movement to reset the globe. If you have 4 of these, that's it. Don't forget Gen Z. Don't forget the global reset. This is a totally different angle I'm coming from. It's the Z dimension. Okay, this is it. So what? What to do? Don't forget Gen Z, okay? Pause it in your mind. This is some, not all, S-O-M-E, not S-U-M. Some of the attributes that every sane, credible, renowned, written about, and who writes, a psychologist or a psychiatrist is going to tell you. And when we look at the human brain at birth, this is what we find. At birth, regardless of race or gender, ethnicity, demographic or geographic placement, any and every human child will have this. This. Don't forget this. Don't forget this. Okay? This is by birth, no one's achievement. This comes with a package. Human child, when he's delivered to your house, he's going to have this. Girl or a boy. So, what is it for? What is it for? What is it for? What can we do? Okay, I'm not here to give you, how to be a great parent. That's not my purpose. I want you to give me your kids for a movement. I have a purpose. And I'm not going to own your kids. You're going to keep your kids. I need your kids to be rich. I need your kids to be politically escalated, influential in England. So please, make sure you understand the meaning of when I say I want your kids or I need your kids. I need your kids in power. So let's take Gen Z as an example. The delta between Gen Z and the last, the problem they're trying to solve. Muslim scholars are not connecting with Gen Z. The stickiness factor is nowhere. They don't stick. Why? Grammar, empathy, initiative. Let's just take it one by one. What is curiosity? Anybody? What is curiosity? Curiosity is the desire to know. Okay, close. Yeah, that's actually right on. Intrinsic motivation, but not intrinsic motivation to do. No. A child would not really care about knowledge, okay? Dude, you think, okay, that's a very difficult way you think. Ease up, man. No. Curiosity is to find out what? Oh my God, it's going to be a tough crowd. What is creativity? Come on, curiosity? Yeah, what is tajassus? Yeah, सही पकड़ा है. Tajassus क्या होता है? Soche. Oh my God. It's like, I thought it was the easiest thing. Okay, what is creativity? Yeah, what does that mean? Yeah, but days in a box. It's just a phrase, right? Yeah, or norm. You break the norm and you come up with something which was not precedented, right? It is not a convention. You come out of the convention. You think unconventionally, do stuff. So creativity is something which you invent. Because if it were already there, it's just precedent, right? You invent something. That's creativity. So everyone is born as an inventor because of something else. But don't worry. This is just reflective thinking. What is reflective thinking? Somebody asked me this today, right? Reflective thinking. Some girl who is 13, 14. What is reflective thinking? You know, in Pakistani culture, boys are thrown without their will into reflective thinking. It's a gift of being in Pakistan. बड़ी हजार बुराइयों की ये gift है. We know what? Because we need to, from 0 to 100, do everything regarding social, political, financial, economical, educational, everything about my wife and kids. For that, I fail many times, and I need to contemplate subconsciously and consciously. Majburi hai. Okay, tough countries and tough terrains. We're battle hardened in terms of emotions. But girls, Pakistani होने की वजह से, उर्दू में इसीलिए बोल रहा हूँ, because you're in Pakistan, you're from Pakistan, something went wrong. Because of our emotional development in cycles, we had to take extra care of you. So much so because you were our daughters, our wives, our mothers, our sisters, we made sure you wouldn't have to take the grunt, the hard work. We would do it. That broke the attribute of reflective thinking. We had to pamper you out of reflective thinking because reflective thinking only comes when you can see the big picture through your own experience. So since हम अपनी बच्चियों को मुफ्त में पास कर देते हैं, ना टेस्ट लेते हैं, ना उनका assessment करते हैं in terms of life experiences, because it's our man's job to make sure our women don't do anything, right? And we make such a big mistake that they don't even do religion. They don't even do your most organic attributes. We've taken care of you so much, but England, it really grinds you and makes you do a lot of things which Pakistan is not going to let you, but England, norms change. So an English girl from Pakistan is going to be 10 times more of a reflective thinker than a local Pakistani girl in Islamabad or Lahore or Karachi or anywhere. This is something which you're born with. Bonding. Every child is born. Look at them, all of them. कभी हो सकता है कि हमारी उम्र में इस तरीके से हॉल में बैठे हों और हम आपस में correspond और collaborate कर रहे हों. But these kids see no gender, no age, no height, no color, no nothing. They just want to collaborate and bond. It is me and my wife who's going to train my child out of bonding because I'm afraid and I'm insecure because whatever sense of protection that I have for my child. So he's going to stop bonding because of me. Otherwise, this man or boy or girl was a natural sticker. So this is something I'll use later on, don't worry. Empathy, the word that doesn't even exist in our mother tongue. The one language of close to 1.5 billion people, Pakistan and India, they couldn't together come up with the one word with the most important attribute that is going to save humanity or destroy it. Empathy does not exist in Urdu. No, that's sympathy. We do not have a word for empathy. That's amazing nation we are. Maulvi Abdul Haq, Babaye Urdu. Salam hai aapko. We should come out with it now. So empathy is by birth. That's why kids can relate to other kids, can bond with other kids. Grammar, well, we all know kids have a way better grammar. They can talk and communicate to others way more without any hassle. And when we become adults, we can even hold a conversation without being awkward because we have to keep up with the, I don't know, the requirements of this area, this town, this city, this house, this room, this new family, this saas, this bahu, this popo, this new husband, this new wife. We become so awkward because we do not know how to actually communicate what is the current grammar requirement. Kids, they make awesome friends, they make awesome relatives, and they really, really make those bonds and relationships in matter of nanoseconds, which we take years to. Initiative. Every child is born. Look at that kid. Look at this. Every child. आपके बच्चे भी खेलते खेलते गिर जाते हैं. Do they fall when they play? Do they play without you letting them play? Do they wander around without you knowing they're wandering around? Because they're born coupled with this curiosity, they take those initiatives at will, on the spur. याद रखिएगा, ये किसी वजह से बता रहा हूं आपको. So let's just look at, if you have this, of course they do, if your child has this, what is the outcome? How are you going to see कि ये है उसमें? So if he has curiosity, he is going to be a self-learner. His IQ is naturally going to be higher than 100 and 110 if you can nurture it. If he has creativity, he's going to have problem-solving skills, which he does, but we don't have it. We do not have self-learning. I'll tell you why we don't. He has bonding, empathy. It's going to create a natural outcome of sacrifice and giving. Whatever I have, just take it, you know? But we have the exact opposite. Teenagers. Bachcha sabse zyada giver. The Mother Teresa that was born in our house becomes Al Capone by the age of 16. We do something. There's a magic that we do. So all of these have to have these. Look at this: leadership, relationship building, ownership, by birth. All of this is by birth. This was born, Adan is born with this, Aisha, or wherever she is. Anza, you're born with it. Somebody took it away. Otherwise, this is something that your map should be. Your mental map should be like this. What happens? Take a picture of this one. This is the only picture you need. Okay? Because by the end of the day, everything comes down to this. Same slide. Look, slide is the same. I just put all of these bubbles in the background. They're right there. This is what we do. Make sure you don't forget. Gen Z, global reset. I need that. For that, I need mothers and I need fathers. To do what? Stop doing this. Stop doing things in red. If you stop doing things in red, Allah has already put all of those attributes there. So what now? You speak Italian? Fluently? What language do you speak fluently, man? Ooh, close. Okay, PDF file it is. I'll give it to you. PDF? I can give you a PPT. You can. So, problem solving, can't do it. Pakistanis cannot be problem solvers. You know why? Pakistan ka qawmi khel. Pakistan ka qawmi khel kya hai? You can't even see it. Pakistan ka qawmi khel kya hai? Oh, not literally. Are you kidding me? पाकिस्तान में कौमी खेल है सेल्फिशनेस कि किसी के साथ मिलके नहीं अपना अपना कर ओके अपना अपना बेटा अपना अपना in your own son's or daughter's backpack If you find out that somebody ate your daughter's or son's lunch, what do? We all know what you do. Evil, evil, evil. What do you do? Tell me, anybody. Kids, you've been through it, you know it. You guard your lunch because you know you're guarding it not from your classmates, you're guarding yourself from your mommy. Imagine. Abdul Sattar Eidi, I was watching his own interviews, not something I read or heard. Saw him speak it, say it. He said, you know what, my mother used to give me do aane. Us waqt aane hote the, Pakistan mein aane nahi hote. Do aane, and I was like, yeah, thank you. And he said, no, one is for you, so that you can give it to somebody. Somebody's going to come to you in your class and you're going to find out. That's how mommies raise givers. That's how relationships are made. Okay? So, problem solving. Let's just start with the basic. Okay, let's the basic, most basic. Where is the most basic? Here you go. Communication, basic. Gen Z, grammar, ansars. If you do not give your child a feedback of how is communication done and how weak his communication is at the age of 10, 8, you're not giving him feedback, but you're giving conclusions, okay? Good, bad, saza, jo bhi hai. If you're not going to give him proper feedback, he's never going to learn how to communicate properly. So in other words, a good communication from the mother or the father develops into a good communicator of a child, which means अम्मी की ठीक है, अब्बू की ठीक है, तो बच्चे की ठीक हो, वरना नहीं होगी. हो सकती है कोई और ही करेगा, आप लोग नहीं करेंगे. So it's a loop. Poor communication leads or begets poor communication. Secondly, fear of confrontation. If mommy or daddy has fear of confrontation, it's going to transfer into a child. He will have a fear of confrontation. Fear of confrontation kya hota hai? What is it? And anyone tell me? Another national sport of Pakistan. Fear of confrontation is? No. Fear of confrontation, that I cannot face the man who actually owes me an explanation. Okay? That's why you will see Ansar and Gen Z ghosting people. This never used to happen. Ansar, you ghosting somebody right now? Yeah, maybe. Of course. You know what ghosting is? They will ghost their own boss. Their own boss. Imagine ghosting your own boss. That's physics के laws के खिलाफ था मेरी generation में. Physics के laws के खिलाफ है कि मैं अपने boss को ghost करूं. They will not even resign. They will quit their jobs. They will disappear. Like literally disappear. What? Fear of confrontation ये होता है. So, communication तो बहुत बात की बात है. पहले आएं तो सही कमरे में communication के लिए. Communication तो बाद में शुरू होगी. They are not even there because there is such a big burden on their head, inside their mind. Oh my God, I'm not going to be able to do this. Hence, then why don't you just ghost him, man? That's the same. Ghost him. Cut. No more contact. And you're going to find all of this generation doing it to all of you guys for no reason whatsoever. Second thing they're going to be doing is instantaneous rewards. Instantaneous. 3 months in their job, they'll be like, sir, when am I going to get a raise? 3 months. In my generation, 3 years, you can't even think of a raise, let alone a promotion. We were credit hungry. Har mail ke upar reply mangte ho, sir, why don't you just tell me how good the job was done? You just said okay in your reply. I just wanted a little more appreciation, you know. This generation invented the word toxicity. Culture is too toxic. I can't work there. They came up with the new list of benefits so that they wouldn't have to work, like literally. That impossible list which no company will ever give them. ये तो company की बात बता रहा हूँ. even inside their homes. First time they see kids never come out of their bedrooms. You have to force them out, and they have a weird face which they perfected for the dinners or the occasions which you have forced them into. And they know exactly how to exit from there because they have a universe of their own. And no one else is in that universe. They're going to be like all alone with their cell phones. We used to run because अब्बू को झूठ बोल के क्रिकेट का मैच खेलना होता था, और कुछ ऐसे दोस्त थे जो अब्बू को पता चलता अब्बू ने वाकई मुझे कत्ल कर देना था कि इन लोगों के साथ उठते क्रिकेट खेलते हो. So I had reasons to ghost my father or situation. My son is going to ghost me for what? So that he can do nothing. That's way more, preferred. So communication, problem solving, ऐसे नहीं होती. I cannot, since this is a big list, I cannot go through all of it. Read it, take it home, pick up an attribute, pick up relationship building. See, this is the cause. Who is responsible for it? It's just a kit right in front of you. You know that parenting workshop? 60% of that workshop is explanation of these. Of how can you not do this? What is the mother's role of not doing this and the father's role of not doing this? Low self-esteem, relationship building. Zero or very little sense of relationship in this generation. So what are we trying to solve here? We are trying to solve a very big problem here. We're trying to solve this problem. Where is it? We're trying to solve this problem. We're trying to solve the Palestinian problem. All I need you to do is either get out of the way. Allah खुद ही पैदा कर चुका है, attributes खुद ही बन जाएंगे. Get out of the way. Don't ruin it. But if you are going to be in the way, because you call yourself a mother or father, then do the right thing for just 12 years. That is it, just 12 years. I need you to do just few things for 12 years. After that, even if you want to rewire him, you won't be able to. It is that simple. सिर्फ 12 साल की मेहनत थी और कौम जब सितारे चमक जाने थे, क्या कहते हैं, किस्मत चमक जानी थी हमारी कौम की. Palestine could have been free if only we took 12 years with our own sons. But we didn't. So, this is why I believe Gen Z can do this. Because they've disqualified things. Gen X never disqualified things. Gen Z disqualifies things on some merit. Whatever, or whoever is teaching them the merit, they have disqualification. So, hence, sense of social justice, kahan se aa raha? They have the merit for it. And, kidhar gaya? Here. So, here, this we never had in Pakistan, last 2 generations. Kya karte? 88% illiterate people. Obviously, they're not going to raise educated people. Right now, Gen Z did not even go to universities right now, and they still know so much more than Gen X or Gen Y university grads. So, okay, this was not their problem. Limited exposure, these boys and girls are way more exposed than last generation, all of them combined. Unka is level ka exposure nahi tha, which this boy has because of the internet. But he has absolutely no experience. So he has all the information, but not the right knowledge. YouTube is not going to tell you how to be a good leader. He's going to give you a list of to-dos and not to-dos, but when you're going to go into the trenches, YouTube is not going to help you. You're going to have to do it on your own. You're going to have to deal with politics and silos and mobs against you and for you and manage them on your own, physically, doing it yourself. So, ye hai aapka sweet spot. This is why I need you to focus on this. This generation, मुझे क्यों नजर नहीं आ रहा इधर? Yeah. So Anzar, 15. Regardless of wherever you were born, if you are 15 right now, you need to work on why you should be able to fail and embrace it. But you will quit trying without even, you will stop taking any initiative because you're afraid of failing. And you'll justify the fact that since I didn't do anything, so I'm not going to fail. That's called ghosting your own life. You're going to ghost your own life, and you're going to be okay, and all of your friends and classmates are going to be doing the same thing. Okay? It's a natural fear to have. The only way to get rid of the fear is to fail. And the only way to fail is to try doing it. If you're doing something, only then you're going to fail or pass. But this is why I need you to understand everybody has it, everybody gets rid of it. You have to train yourself out of it. It's all of this. Limited exposure. Most of the questions you're going to have, your father and your mother is not going to be able to answer. You're going to have to Google it up, try and put a lot of twos and twos together, and you find out what's actually going on. That's how it works, man. Actually, that's a good thing. If everybody had answers coming from their daddies and mommies, we would have the dumbest generation ever. Okay? So you have to outlearn your father and your mother. So take one attribute, you'll find out how to construct only 20,000 human beings. Not in England, globally. If you can construct 20,000 human beings with these 4 attributes only, 4. Remember these 4? These 4. I just need 20,000 people in their mid-20s to mid-30s, between that. All you have is 5 years. 20,000. If you can give me that, this is what we can achieve. That's all. We don't need 300 million. We don't need 2 billion. We don't need 500 million, no. 100,000, no. 20,000 only. And I do not have the time to give you all the statistics and the equations, but we know what we're talking about. 20,000. You know how many people in Israel or America or England or Europe combined to make Israel function? How many hundreds and thousands of people? Of these attributes, ये 4, ये 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. उनके लिए वो 4 attributes चाहिए ना जो पहले slide में. Less than 20 people are responsible for whatever Israel is doing right now. How well it's doing for them. Less than 20. Less than 20 people. But it took a lot of people's momentum, actions, money, politics. So ab wo 20 bande hain, they're calling the shots right now. Of course, they're preparing 200 more. But right now, those are the 20 shot callers. Everybody knows them. I need 20,000. Because they only want 200 acres of land on this planet called Israel. I don't want 200 acres. I want 200 years. 200 years. I need this. Everybody knows that this is where it started. I need this. This. For 200 more years, we need to get this. If we cannot get it for 200 years, we do not even have a strategy. And I'm not going to be able to do it. I'm sorry, I'm telling you this right now. I'm not that guy. I'm too old, too tired. I got 2 deaths of a time. This boy has time. I need the next 50 years of this boy, because he's 15 right now. By the age he's 60, I need him in his own car's backseat with 2 or 3 meetings in some city, in some world, making the decision which is going to change the plight of millions of people politically. You understand me? That's how they're doing it on less than 20 people right now. When they take a flight or buy a plane ticket, some country disappears. Some company disappears. When they land into some meeting, some new policy comes up with 200 or 300 billions of dollars spent on some other reform, which is going to help their cause. You know, Sub-Sahara Africa is managed by which country? There's 17 countries there. Israel. You think that's it? That's what they do? In Palestine, they just shoot bullets? See how important your meetings should be? Am I giving you enough entitlement, enough fascination yet? Yeah, it's working, eh? It's working, yeah? So, 20,000 kids, 10 years, 20,000. From where are they going to come from? They're going to come from Pakistan. Sorry. They're not going to come from India. I'm sorry. They're not going to come. They're going to come from here. Where is it? This is where they're going to come from. Sorry. I apologize. That's the doing for me, my father, his father. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize. They're going to come from here. Because if Ansar had to run the numbers for Pakistan or Saudi Arab based or Indonesia based, that's way more than 200,000. I need way more than 200,000, maybe even 200 million. I can't even do the math because they just don't have the power. They can have the money, but they don't have the power. And power doesn't come with just another dollar sign. No, it requires a lot more. One of the poorest Cambridge professor is one of the most powerful, powerful human being right now. When he writes something, the foreign policy of Norway is run by a Cambridge professor in Cambridge right now. All he does is write an article, things change. He's earned that credibility. He's not an 80-year-old man. He's 58 right now, 58. That's how politics is done, not like Rishi Sunak or whatever his name is. Okay? So this is where I need 20,000 people. This, only this. 20,000. Yeah, and you know what the population right now is? This is the population right now. Here. So let me just show you where. Where is it? Here. Europe and Americas. This is where we are. So as much as I would want an Islamabadi boy to come in or a girl to come in, क्या करें? Equity zero है. इस्लामाबाद की ये नवाज शरीफ इमरान खान जरदारियों की वजह से equity zero हो गई. सिर्फ पाकिस्तान का डॉलर रेट रुपये का नहीं नीचे गिरता, मेरी और आपकी औकात भी नीचे गिर जाती है ना, मसला है. मैं किताब लिखूँ ना इस्लामाबाद से, it's not going to make a dent. Anza, you write it in London, 3 or 4 different things are going to happen because of it. That's not your doing. You didn't earn it. Victoria did. You got to use it. That's why I'm relying on you guys. And if you're not going to do it, you're going to waste a crown jewel. You're going to throw it in the gutter, and you'll be questioned way more than any Pakistani boy. That's the power that Allah has given you, not as a coincidence. Allah ke tukke nahi hai. You were sent, even though you thought you came for the pound, the British pound. No, you came in because now we have a chance. I only need those next 5, 6, 7 years. That's all I need from you guys. And this is too less, I'm sorry, too less of a number. 2 billion में से, 2 billion में से कितने अमेरिका में? You know, it's not even worth mentioning. So, सबसे ज़्यादा मुसलमान पता कहाँ है ना? You know where the most amount of Muslim, outside Muslim land is? Here. So, odds are with you guys. I need you because of this. That's why I'm doing England the second time in 1 year. 1 year. If you cannot do it, sorry. फिर तो किसी से उम्मीद रखने की स्टेटिस्टिक्स तो मेरे खिलाफ है ना उसके बाद. इटली तो नहीं जाऊंगा मैं, हजारों में. डेनमार्क 1 लाख पाकिस्तानी total. What's the number right now? Is it close to 100,000? More? More? Less? Oh God. But it was 2012. 100,000 Pakistanis. That's it. I mean, you just don't like Denmark, I guess. Everybody else does. Affluence and prosperity index went number 1 over the last 12 years. But since, we just chase the money. The krona, itna hai nahi. Krona, by the way, is the currency, okay? Krona is the Danish currency. It's not just a virus. Krona is a Danish currency. So, krona की वैल्यू वो नहीं है. पाउंड की, पाउंड के लिए इधर आ गए सारे. इधर आए तो खैर है, आगे अच्छी बात है. ले लो पाउंड बनाओ. I need you to make pounds. I need rich girl and rich boys, Ansars. Because if you're not rich, they're not going to listen. Okay? So, अभी मैं ज़्यादा तफसील में इसलिए इधर नहीं जा रहा हूँ. I just need to come to a conclusion right now. Here, this is, Ansar, this is what I'm talking about. Okay? This is what they're going to talk about. Because you were told, Sahil Adeem ka lecture, Islamic scholar. Remember? Yeah. Did you find anything here? No. You all, I'm trying to do here. This is real Islam, man. They're teaching you this. You can do this on your own. I mean, listen to them. I'm not against them. Listen to them. But this is Islam. This, even, you can do it yourself study as well. This is something you got to work. You got to really put some hours in there. And if you don't, sorry. You're the criminal, man. Netanyahu is not the criminal. You are. Palestine is not an Israel problem. Palestine is a Muslim problem. He's not going to solve it for us. So, apni kitab pe theek hai. He's doing exactly what he believes Torah is telling him to do. We are not doing what Quran is telling us to do. And this is what Quran is telling us to do. Ibrahim al-Islam did this. Musa al-Islam did this. Prophet ﷺ did this. Even all the non-Muslims did, whoever did this. Now it's our job. They're presenting it to us. Scale, do it. Change the way people define things. Yeah, we can't change it. But are we? Are we gonna? Really? This is what it takes to do it. If you can build this, they're already there. Adnan has this. Isaiah has it. More than that. Well, you know what? I didn't even pull the whole list here. It's more than 120 attributes a child is born with. I pulled what? 15? How many are they? 12, 13? You know, the one thing that Pakistanis never do is this. We never come together. Never ever come together. Allah ne पैदाइश में रखा हुआ था protectiveness, but we never save our own. हर कौम उस 2 नंबर झालत कहते हैं इस्लाम में इसको, झालत होती है कौम के लिए जान दे देना. Okay? हर कौम देती है, हम वो भी नहीं देते. We don't even do that. What's the difference between this for Pakistan? What happens to us? This is missing, but this word is honor. Okay? So, make sure, this is something which I'm going to do in like next 2 minutes. It's too technical, so I'm not gonna, what's the word, build up on it. Okay, because this is a little on the, well, it's too technical. Okay? So, just look at this. Once a behavior is locked, mummies, make sure you understand because you lock most of the behaviors. Once a pattern of behavior is locked, okay, inside a human system. For example, she does, what's her name? Zara. Zara does something and The cognition, you know what a cognition, what is cognition? What is cognition? Cognitive, what does that mean? Okay, and let me make it easy. Such a mushkil lafz lag raha tha na. What is recognition? I recognize you. What does that mean? Recognition. Yeah, it's the same as the word cognition. Cognition is when it happens the first time, and recognition is when it happens the second time. Okay? First time I meet somebody, I assess, that's cognition. Second time I meet him, I say, oh, I know this guy. That's recognition. Okay? Recognition. So, cognition or looping mechanism is when your chemistry locks your brain into a certain behavior. So, if you are going to make a certain pattern, किसी बात पर सजा दे रहे हैं किसी बच्चे को या किसी बात पर जजा दे रहे हैं और वो सब कॉन्शियसली दे रहे हैं या कॉन्शियसली दे रहे हैं, वो दे ही जा रहे हैं और वो बच्चा वो काम कर ही जा रहा है, तो वो अब उसकी केमिस्ट्री उसका ब्रेन लॉक कर देगा इसके अंदर. Okay, so the cognition locking or looping is when a certain set of functions जो भी बच्चा कर रहा होता है, okay, create a pattern in the chemistry within the brain. A pattern in the chemistry क्या होता है? पिट्यूटरी ग्लैंड किसी और ग्लैंड को केमिकल के थ्रू ऑर्डर करता है, वो ग्लैंड किसी पैंक्रियास को पिट्यूटरी ग्लैंड ऑर्डर करता है, पैंक्रियास इंसुलिन रिलीज करता है, इंसुलिन जब बढ़ जाती है तो पिट्यूटरी ग्लैंड को ऑर्डर करती है, उस बड़ी हुई इंसुलिन से पता चलता है पिट्यूटरी ग्लैंड को कि मैंने ये वाला हार्मोन बंद करना है अब. सो दिस इज अ केमिस्ट्री थिंग, राइट? सो दिस इज the pattern in the brain, in where the brain is dictated. The human hardware brain is dictated by the pattern of behavior by the child. एक दो pattern lock हो गया, brain अब सारी उम्र, all of the life of the child, the brain is gonna behave like that. That's why all of us have certain common traits because of the culture of Pakistan. That's why there are certain common traits between the Chinese, between the Japanese, culture. And then there are certain common traits between our households, our cousins. And then there are certain common traits of siblings. They're not genetic. They're locked by the families or the mother or the father. Genetically, they could have done so much more. The patterns are locked and these pathways are fixed for life. That's what I don't want you guys to do. That's called cognitive locking. Once the pattern is set within the brain, then brain becomes subservient to the activity or the function, whatever that function is. So selfish banda बाद में subconsciously selfish हो जाता है. उसको पता भी नहीं होता वो कितना selfish है, वो उसका brain subservient है. That's why we justify our behaviors. The way we behave, we start justifying it. And people are saying, you know what, this is morally not correct. You don't even understand that word anymore because your chemistry is locked. Okay? We have exploited the very nature of our human beings, our kids, exploited them out of their nature, that natural attribute. So, understand, मैं आपको पाकिस्तान और इंग्लैंड की मिसाल ही देता हूँ. Let me give you a real case study, a real letter. I think I should publish it on the screen because I spoke about this in Bradford as well, and I didn't publish it. An army personnel from the Victorian Army wrote it to the government of England here, whenever he was posted. And he spoke about us as Pakistanis and Indians. He said, I do not understand, I'm in shock right now, because I have never ever seen a group of people who, when they are caught in doing something wrong, instead of repenting or feeling guilty, they start giggling. This was a shock for him. And he said that's against human nature not to feel bad or guilty or remorse. Instead, they start giggle and they start making fun of the very action that I am actually catching them red-handed. You know what he was replied by the English? He was replied, what else do you think is the reason why we're ruling them and they're not ruling us? But that's not the point. He asked about human nature. That's against the fitrah. ये इंसान की फितरत ही नहीं है कि उसका बुरा फील ना हो, गलती उसकी पकड़ी जाए तो. It's natural to be embarrassed. It is not even precedented कि एक बंदा पकड़ा जाए और embarrassed ना हो. Only us. We are that case study. That when we get caught, now you see those videos of YouTube and TikToks where people are caught red-handed in their motorways and crime, and they're fighting against the police. And they're talking about, yeah, you know what? I'm going to tell you, तेरी तो मैं नौकरी से नहीं निकलवाऊंगी या निकलवाऊंगा. पकड़े वो खुद गए हैं और धमकियां पुलिस को ले रहे होते. And vice versa. And you can see whatever's going on in the Parliament House and whatever. Everything is the same. I'm talking about that letter that was written in the 1800s. 1800s का letter है हमारे बारे में वो हमारे that why is there no remorse in this region? That's not humanly possible. Well, you know what? The remorse, it comes from somewhere. The remorse comes from somewhere. Remorse is set. What do you think? Remorse is like वही होती है remorse? Remorse brain activity को कहते हैं. Remorse is an activity of the human body. It's an emotion. Emotions are inside the limbic system. Limbic system is the center, hardware part of the brain. But we are locked out of remorse. We are locked out of it. In other words, remorse वाला channel बंद कर दिया अम्मी ने अब्बू ने. You know what remorse is, right? Everybody knows? Can you give me an example? I'm just talking for so long, maybe you don't even know what remorse is, because हम हैं तो पाकिस्तानी ना, fraud तो अच्छा कर लेते एक दूसरे से. अब ऐसे से कर रहे हो मेरे से ना पूछी. Yeah. So you know what I'm in England, I can ask this question. Who's read Crime and Punishment? Nobody. Who's heard the word that there's a book called Crime and Punishment? Oh, you've read Crime and Punishment? You have, sir? You've read Crime and Punishment? Who's that chap? Who's that chap? Who's he pointing to? He's pointing towards somebody who he knows has read it. Women, ladies, buy that book, read it. I wish I could have told you, सीरा पढ़ ले, कुरान पढ़ ले, वो आपने घर में रख के समझ लिया कि otherwise अगर वो असर कर रहा होता तो ये, you know what, who read it? You read it. So why am I talking about Crime and Punishment right now?
It's about the way criminal and punishment, the concept of crime, the concept of punishment could be, you could look at that from a different prism when you read that book.
No, you don't. No, it's not a different prism. That's the most natural prism. Listen, any psychologist is going to tell you, what's the age of that child? 11, right? 11? Isaiah, 11? By 11, your prefrontal cortex starts to develop by 11, okay? He's going to go through something. Where's Isaiah? Oh, you are. You're going to go through something, okay? And it's okay to go through that. Actually, it's the best thing. That when you commit some sort of a sin or some mistake, or not mistake, some wrong thing, okay? Something which is not good. And you know that you were consciously doing it. And by that night or later that evening, you feel like you want to throw up. That means that you have the noor, Allah Azza wa Jal's noor inside you. Okay? If you don't feel that you want to throw up, you don't feel that disgust within you, then that we have a problem. Okay? So when I get kids who talk about that I'm literally throwing up, vomiting, okay? And something's wrong with me, and I ask them, and of course they tell me because I am the psychologist. So I'm like, you know what, thank God you're going through this, man. There's nothing wrong with you. If you were not going through this, then I have medicine for it. And that medicine is not for you, that's for your mommy and your daddy. Because a human being is naturally designed for remorse. It is within us when you're born. And it's not just my opinion. All of Islam's literature, the Quran, the Hadith, and all the Sahabas, and all the philosophers know it. It's written, Quran and Hadith both. Allah creates every human being in His own image. हर बच्चा मुसलमान पैदा होता है, इसका मतलब है अल्लाह की फितरत पे पैदा होता है। ये लिटरली लिखा हुआ है, हदीस सुना रहा हूँ। हर इंसान अल्लाह की फितरत पे पैदा होता है। उसके बाद उसके माँ या बाप उसको यहूदी या नसरानी बना देते हैं। ये हदीस पूरी ऐसे है। पेरेंटिंग इतनी बड़ी चीज़ है कि every human child is born with this. It's not just this, there you go, yeah, sacrifice, which is empathy. Every human being, and then sense of justice, every human, but we train our kids out of it. And that's the problem. So, I'm not going to go through all the details. However, you should know the word is barriers, and then there's pathways. Barriers are natural born barriers. बच्चा अगर डरेगा नहीं तो चौथे पांचवें साल में ही मर जाएगा रोड क्रॉस करते हुए, because he can't do the math on गाड़ी कितनी तेज आती है. He's just 4, but he gets scared. He doesn't go to the road, right? That's a natural born barrier inside him. That's why he comes closest to the herd and the center of the herd, and that's why he's got this psychological pattern which we need to break. We need to break the child's herd psychology and train him out of our herd. परिंदा किक मार के अपने बच्चे को बाहर फेंकता है तो बच्चा उड़ना सीखता है ना, घोंसले में ही रहेगा तो फिर अपाज ही रहेगा. We have to do that too. But our insecure father and mothers are making sure कि 30 साल तक मेरा बच्चा मेरी गोद ना छोड़े. 30, 40, 35-year-old बच्चे, for the first time in the history of the planet, 35 साल के बच्चे पैदा हुए हैं. Mommies are not letting go of their kids because जैसे ही बच्चा बड़ा हो जाएगा तो उसके बाद मैं क्या रहूंगी. मेरी तो आइडेंटिटी वही है कि मैं केयर टेकर मदर हूं. I'm going to be a nobody. So you rub your motherhood on a 30-year-old to make sure he or she is dependent on you. So those people are not going to free Palestine, I'm sorry. They have to free them their own selves. You are Israel to them. You are the Netanyahus, okay? You invaders. So first, you break these barriers. Now, by the age of 1 to 5, there are certain barriers. You can see that. Natural. They're amazing gifts Allah Azza wa Jal has given that child, that herd psychology, so that he can hold his mommy's hand when he's in the mall and he's not left alone. That's the job. But by the age of 13, if he's holding mommy's hand, there's a medicine for it. Okay? That's the disease. Girls and boys, by 18, you are not the son and daughter of nobody. You are the protector. You are the caretaker. Your mother needs you. You don't need your mother. Your father needs you. You don't need your father. By 18, it's less than 100 years ago that 18-year-old men used to have continents worth of land. They used to rule. You need to understand. Oh, sure.
Sorry, I've just been listening to you while I'm doing my work.
Really? Were you? Really?
But not just sort of hearing you, listening to you. Is this working? Yeah, there we go. So my question is less specific to a particular religion, because I'm not a sort of a very deeply religious person when it comes to any particular religion itself. I've got nothing against anybody's belief, so I respect everyone's, but what system is in place from a creator or a God that decides where a child is born. If the child is born in Israel, Palestine, Iran, Ireland, the UK, United States, in Africa where there's no food and water, then that child has no choice. So what system is in place from the Creator that decides what religion that child falls into?
Yeah.
Because of the geographical aspect of where that child is.
This is the system. This is the system. What's your name, sir? M-O? How do you spell it? Mohsen, S-E-N. So this is that system. That's by birth, by everybody. Now listen, there are 250 million Pakistanis. How many ended up in this hall? Less than 0.1001, right? Listen, 200 million people. Even if I do this session inside Pakistan, this ratio is going to be the same. What are the rest of those people doing? Wandering around because of wherever they were born. Even though they were born in the same place that I or everybody else is, there was a conscious choice based on a pattern of reflective thinking. A lot of people in Tel Aviv who try their best to make sure that Netanyahu doesn't come back again. Okay? Not because they're Muslims or they're Jews or whatever. They kind of had that inner voice coming out that there's a little more to it than whatever he's telling us. Okay? So it's not about where you're born, it's about how you're trained to think. Okay? This is the same question. Quran directly answers because the story of Ibrahim is right there. Ibrahim alayhi salam was born in the worst of the worst houses in terms of philosophy and pagan worship. And he's given different gods every day. This is your God. So this boy is trying to put two and two together himself. So when you see that story being replayed in Israel and Palestine, by the way, Israel and Palestine is too recent. There have been far worse, far bigger calamities through which human beings in smaller ratios from their own clan have gone against and reset the whole system. I just show you those slides. Ibrahim alayhi salam went against his own clan. Moses went against his own clan because he was raised by Pharaoh. Prophet ﷺ went against his own clan of Quraysh. Ironically, if Prophet ﷺ was not born in Quraysh, he wouldn't have done whatever he did. If Musa ﷺ was not sent to Pharaoh, he wouldn't have done whatever he did. If Ibrahim ﷺ was not born inside Azar's house, he wouldn't have done whatever he did. They would have done far less of a degree because they had to do all of whatever they had done. So in other words, what you're saying is, there's not a choice that a boy is born in Israel, Palestine. Actually, it's far more easier to reset the globe if you're born in Israel or if you're born inside evil. It's far easier because if it were not that easy, you would not have that sort of an achievement or a momentum to achieve. It's called sense of achievement, right? That's chemistry, by the way. So they had to do all of whatever is required for any and every human being. So on paper, it seems like, लगता ऐसे है कि we are lucky हमें अल्लाह ने ऐसे घरों में मुसलमान बना के भेजा और हमें कुरान मिला. No, it's tougher. It's easier in China for a Chinese guy. It's easier for an atheist in an atheistic household. Why? Because reflective thinking रोकता है हर्ट. अगर हर्ट सारा गुड पे हो तो reflective thinking खत्म. Critical thinking is only when there is room to challenge. मैं नबी के घर में हूँगा, मैं critical thinking नहीं कर सकूँगा. Because whatever I'm going to challenge, he's going to answer and reply, right? I can only have a room to challenge when there is enough wrong. The more wrong, the easier it is for me to challenge. Because every human child is born in the nature, the fitrah of Allah Azza wa Jalla. So that's where the whole loop closes. Okay, everybody, I hope everybody got it. Here is where it starts. Actually, it's here where it starts, to be honest. That's what you guys say in London, to be honest, here. But here is when you're going to be able to put it to some use. So Anzar just went out of here. Anzar, how old are you? 15? Oh, you're right here. You're right here. So your barriers are here. Reflection, which is reflective thinking. Origination, you're not going to be able to come up with your own idea or own solution towards an idea, or idea towards a solution, or any kind of, new invention that you're going to come up with for, could be anything, for whatever use. And your risk and your initiation in Gen Z, in your Gen Z, okay? You will have a lot more reasons than what I had of not taking any risk. It's far more difficult for you to take a risk because most of the people are not doing it. In my age, everybody's doing it. So I had far less reason not to take a risk. Everyone's taking a risk. I have to take a risk. Actually, that's what every mommy used to train every son, that you gotta, start your own. In my generation, jobs, just 9-to-5 culture. My generation, went against it. So the word entrepreneurials and entrepreneurship and all of that stuff, we invented it literally. Well, not literally, but we went like a group into this. Like millions of people went into entrepreneurship. And all of a sudden, the whole globe started changing. Now companies call the shots, not countries. Because of this, okay, you're not going to be able to do it. Even though you have a far better opportunity to, because the whole world is connected through social media. You can have any and everything a company needs to prosper without even spending a dime. Imagine करो इंतजार बगैर YouTube, बगैर Facebook के marketing कैसे होती होगी पहले? Imagine it. You can't even imagine it. And we did it. We did it without social media, without internet. There was marketing. So what I'm trying to tell you is, here you need to break the barriers because these are well-pampered kids. You gotta break the shackles. Okay? Toughen them up. Tough love. You know what tough love is? Yeah, you got sons. Isaiah, you got to spread your wings way, way stronger because I need you to protect people. You are the protector of all the women of the world. All the women, Isaiah, all the women. That's your job. That's your basic attribute. It's not just your job. That's your lifestyle. Job is even bigger. Okay? Isaiah, you hear me? Job is even bigger. That was to make sure that nobody needs protection anymore. That's the job. The Prophet said there's going to come a time when a woman, Isaiah, he said when a woman is going to travel a very far distance. He told about the 2 points, from Hazarmut to Yemen, where it's a very far off a distance. And she's going to be traveling via a horse. And she's going to have a lot of things, Isaiah, with her. But she's not going to be afraid of anyone who's going to come and loot. She's be afraid of only Allah, that maybe I did not do whatever Allah has told me to do. Her own duties as a Muslim. No one is going to come and terrify her or scare her. Forget about looting and whatever. No one's going to bother her. There's going to come a time. But we are not in that time, buddy. We're in a time where Isaiah's better stand up and protect every woman in the world. Okay, you better. Okay, if any human being, especially a woman, feels a little danger because of your presence, you have failed so miserably. She should be feeling relief that Isaiah is inside the building or on the street, in my periphery. I can see this man as a Muslim man. Now nobody can come and bother me. You understand me? That's the job. And that only is done when your mommy is going to break these 2 barriers, because you're in this age, Isaiah. How old are you now? 11? Yep. You're right here. You're right here. So you're going to have a lot of jitters. That's why you couldn't hold the microphone, because this is the age of epinephrine for you. You're going to have a lot more panicky, jittery things when you're going to take that initiative. Okay? There's a certain... Forget about it. You're going to read it later on. Don't worry. Okay? This one. So, but here, Isaiah, here, you are designed for this. Your age is, and your time and your placement in England and the requirement of this age, this pathway. Pathway means the developmental structure. You got to create it. So if you're not, you play, Isaiah? Talk to me, man. You play sports? You play team sports? What do you play, football? Cricket? Okay, that's a team sport. Not as teamy as I would want to, because when you're playing, you know, when you're fielding, for example, you're not in contact with anybody else when you're fielding in cricket. Cricket is a weird team sport because you have to play as an individual. But in football, you cannot play it as an individual, right? You have to collaborate with everybody at every single second of the game. So always take up a team sport where you can make collaborations, okay? Where you have to talk and plan things with the other player or your teammate at the same time. So this is, cricket is good too, don't worry about it, okay? I love cricket. So, but be in team sports, be in collaboration. Every boy your age in your vicinity should either know you or be friends with you. You're here to bond, okay? Make friends. And how do you make friends? You give, okay? Because if you're only taking, they're not going to be your friends anymore. But if you're giving, everyone's going to be your friend. You know what you have to give? Give your time. Listen to them. Talk to them. And as they talk, you listen. That's giving. You don't have to just give money and gifts, right? Give yourself as a person who is accessible. Boys should come and talk to you, and they would know that you're going to listen. Right now, at this age, you don't even have to give good advice, let alone any advice. But you got to listen, okay? So that's how collaboration, coherence is done. A boy with no friends is not a good human being. I'm telling you this right now. Okay? It's not natural for a boy, especially in England, and not have any friends. Something's wrong here. Okay? Or here. We don't want something wrong here and here, okay? Anything else we can fix in the hospital. Here and here, we cannot. Okay, Isaiah? So physical activity, cricket does not offer that kind of physical activity. Unless you're playing a 5-day test match, which you're not at 11. So you got to play football or rugby or whatever. You know, just be a lot more active. Okay, where's your brother, by the way? He disappeared on us? Where is he? Oh, he's playing back, and you are not? You're sitting in two women. How are you so comfortable, man? Why are you not with the boys? Isaiah. So, football, team sport, collaboration, friendship, okay? Give. So in this way, mommy, dopamine can be set for these things. And if you're going to set dopamine channels like that, that's normal, organic, and natural. But if he's going to get dopamine from cell phones and screens and whatnot, Isaiah, then you're not going to be able to make any friends. Because dopamine is a selfish drug. And selfish people do not have friends. Okay? Because you are never going to be a friend with someone who is selfish. Right? You're only going to be friends with people who are not selfish. Because everybody hates selfish people. That's in our design. Regardless of whoever we are, we all hate selfish people. Even Netanyahu hates selfish people. Okay? So, you need to understand how these pathways work, especially daddies. By this age, do not let your wives touch your kids. You know, it's a figure of speech. Means you are the caretaker. तो परवरिश आपने करनी है. 12वें साल के बाद आपकी बीवियां अगर बच्चे पाल रही हैं, आपने बीमारी खुद डाली अपने हाथ से पे. Especially in boys. I can understand that girls are being raised by your wives. Because, you know, a girl is not going to relate to me. I'm a man. My daughter's not going to relate to me. But my son is not spending enough time at this age with me. I am the criminal. Okay? Make sure you understand that. I am the criminal if I am not my son's or my daughter's first phone call. In any situation she goes or he goes in, I'm not the first phone call, I am the criminal. This is how she's going to take bigger or he's going to take bigger risks. Who would do that to a child? Bearing bad news to me because It's wrapping. Okay. So, गौर से सुनिए. Pay here. I'm trying to end this here. Okay, I want to make sure I suture things up properly. Where was I? If I'm not giving confidence to my own daughter, if I, Sahil Adeem, am not giving confidence to my own daughter, hijab or qiraat or asl or shafi, I am not doing it. Nobody else will. They will compensate for the vacuum to vulture on the opportunity of whatever they want from my kids. You need to understand how sensitive this matter is. Most of the people, men and women, who do not have confidence is because their fathers and mothers were not building that confidence in them. You could have taken the world if your father was standing with you. But you know, Pakistan mein, कि if Khuda na khasta aapki divorce ho jati hai, the first man who's going to disappear like poof is your daddy. You understand me? That's where we failed. That's why our women are not that confident. And that's where I want you to understand. Women only are daughters. Those are women. They gain confidence from the source of their father's presence. We are the people who it's called the Peltzman effect. Peltzman effect is when we know that we are secure, we take bigger risks. When they invented seat belts, people started driving faster. Why? Because they knew कि आम से झटके में मौत तो नहीं होनी, seat belt नहीं रोक लेना. They started driving faster when the seat belts were invented. Car average speed went up 20 kilometers. On average, it's called the Peltzman effect. Every human being goes through that. Where does it come from? Oxytocin. That's a surge of oxytocin. Comes from the father or wherever कि मेरा बाप ही मुझे कोई टेंशन नहीं ले रहा, वो कह रहा लगा रिस्क ले, तो फिर तो मुझे और कौन डराएगा? Who else is at stake? The biggest stakeholder said, I finance this, I endorse this, I sponsor this. All of a sudden, Peltzman effect trigger होगा, oxytocin की वजह से. And then he's going to take bigger risk. As soon as he's going to take bigger risk, उसका serotonin high हो जाएगा. Serotonin high हो गया, he is the leader. दुनिया में जितने भी लीडर्स हैं उनमें और हमारे में फ़र्क क्या होगा? उसका में से सेरोटोनिन हाई होगा, बस. काम दोनों एक ही कर रहे होंगे. Serotonergically superior है. That's how superior psychology is created. How? You create it for your own kids. It is that simple. It is the simplest thing because we want to do it for our daughters as well. We want to do it for our sons. If you're not doing it, तो बहाना क्या है? मैं busy बहुत हूँ. मेरे जॉब पे एक तो तुम्हारे लिए नौकरियां करूं, तुम्हारे लिए 8-8, 10-10, 20-20 घंटे बाहर रहूं, उसके बाद के बच्चे मैं पालूं या बच्चे पालें. बच्चे नहीं है वो. They're 18, they're 15, they're 16, they're 20, they're not kids. Wherever you are, they better be spending some time wherever you are with you. Wherever you are, so you got to fix wherever you are first so that your kid can be with you. So these are the pathways. And once these pathways are done, this is how you structure a human child. It is that simple. Human child, here. This is it. 4 things. Selfishness, कैसे निकाली जाएगी? How are you taking selfishness out? A child is supposed to be selfish, an infant child. In this age. This is supposed to be a selfish child. How are you going to take it out? By training him into empathy. If he were not selfish, वो बच्चा भूख से ही मर जाता. Infant would have died from hunger if he were to take care of, oh, my mom is so tired from all the work that she does. I don't want to wake her up, because we do that. We never wake our mommies up. We're old enough to know. But if an infant did that in 12 hours, he would have died. So what does he do when he's hungry? He slaps his mommy to wake up. Even though बिचारी थक के मर के सोई हुई होती है. But he says, no, get up, I'm hungry. That is pure selfishness. Because if he were not selfish, he would have been dead. So that selfishness is taken out by hands. And you train him by giving him the carrot and the stick if he's an empath, empathetic, or if he's not practicing empathy. Train him in both ways. Once he's into empathy, this naturally withers. Then I just told you how the Peltzman effect. This is the Peltzman effect. Okay? And then myopia, he cannot, of course, we're not going to have children with foresight, right? It's not just perverted. So we need to create that foresight by putting him into tasks. थोड़े से बड़ों वाले काम थोड़े थोड़े जल्दी शुरू करें और 16वें 17वें में तो उसके वही काम होने चाहिए जो आपके काम हैं. Capability to do that work, from any and everything, from house chores से लेके bigger projects. If you're not doing that, तो बच्चों के भी बचगाना किस्म की हरकतों से लेके बचगाना किस्म के जराइम तक तैयार हो जाए. And then, of course, herd orientation के खिलाफ ही I just spoke about the critical thinking mechanism. Now, why am I telling you this? This is the problem. Islamic scholarship ये वाले solution दे नहीं, ये वाले solution दे नहीं रही. This is not part of their Islamic sermons. This is not it. You Google it, YouTube it, tell me if there is. And that's not the big problem. The big problem is वो जो non-Muslims हैं उनके हर lecture में ये है. Everybody's doing this. So when a Muslim goes through this, he goes out of Islam and becomes his own. And that's what you see all the right great businessmen and the politicians. किससे पूछ लो? मुसलमान, हाँ मैं नमाज पढ़ता हूँ ना, बस मैं मुसलमान हूँ, मैं नमाज पढ़ता हूँ ना. And I'm just talking about the Muslims here. और जो नमाज ही पढ़ते हैं. और भाई इस्लाम में काम नहीं कर रहे, नहीं नमाज पढ़ता हूँ ना मैं बस. That's all इस्लाम में काम है, ज़कात भी देता हूँ. फ़लस्तीन हमसे क्या, मैं तो पाकिस्तानी हूँ, मुझसे फ़लस्तीन का क्यों सवाल हो रहा है? मुझसे तो बलोचिस्तान का सवाल होना चाहिए. Everybody is jumping on me. बलोचिस्तान की बात नहीं करते. You think Balochistan and Palestine is the same thing? You think it's the same magnitude? The whole globe is about to reset there. अगर भाना क्या, फ़लस्तीन न जाना पड़े, ओ बड़े बड़े रीच लड़ाई नहीं करनी, तो छोटे छोटे रीच बना लूँ ताकि मैं हीरो लगूँ. So ये क्या हो रहा है? मुसलमान कभी भी स्कॉलरशिप, कोई भी आलिम इधर आ नहीं रहा, और इधर नेशनल डिमांड अंसार्स की, उधर नेशनल डिमांड पूरी करने के लिए गैर मुस्लिम पहुंचे हुए हैं. बिकॉज वो बिजनेस लीडरशिप है, कॉर्पोरेट लीडरशिप है, पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप भी यहाँ पे है. Why wouldn't they go there? Hence you see businessmen and politicians, but no Muslims. And when they turned into businessmen and politicians, they had only one vision, which is next year in Jerusalem. How did they do it? Politics and business. And as soon as they did this, group objectives पे आ गए. Everybody wins. आप जितना मर्जी बिलियनियर ट्रिलियनर पाकिस्तानी बना रहे हैं, मुझे कोई फायदा नहीं, बल्कि नुकसान ही है. मुझे नुकसान है अगर कोई पाकिस्तानी ट्रिलियनर बन जाए. Because he is going to do whatever it takes to hurt whatever he can to get whatever he can, चाहे वो किसी और को नुकसान हो रहा हो. यहाँ पे correct, relevant grammar, bigger, measurable, and group objectives, measurable. And जब तक बात ग्लोबल नहीं होगी तब तक बात असली नहीं है. ये basic moral of the story of the day. If you're not going to put a global set of objectives, you are undermining the stature of the human creation. Everybody did it. That's why I'm trying to tell you, this is why we need as much as we can get from global objectives के ऊपर माइस्ट्री दे. ग्लोबल से कम बात नहीं करनी. एंड आई जस्ट टोल्ड यू, करोड़ों लोग नहीं चाहिए, लाखों लोग नहीं चाहिए, कई हज़ार भी नहीं चाहिए. ओनली एक्स अमाउंट ऑफ मिनिमल थ्रेशोल्ड. एक जनरेशन ने हल्का सा डेंट डाल दिया, ये अंजार की जनरेशन ने हल्का सा ग्लोबल डेंट भी डाल दिया. नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जो अदन वाली है, जिसको ट्रांजिटरी जनरेशन कहते हैं, बिकॉज अदन इज़ नॉट द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन. Anzar's kids are going to be the next generation. Other is just 8, Anzar is 15. They're practically the same generation, but that's a transit. So if you can do it, you'll be amazed how quickly she will be able to do it. And then people will be like, यार ये मुसलमान जो है ना ये आपस में बड़ा एका रखते हैं. हालांकि ऐसा नहीं होगा. 20-25 हज़ार ही होंगे टोटल. मुसलमान they look out for their own. इनके ना bigger objectives है. ग्रेटर पाकिस्तान खेल रहे हैं और ग्रेटर इस्लाम खेल रहे हैं. जैसे हम ग्रेटर इसराइल या अखंड भारत को नहीं लगे होते हर वक्त. Even though a handful, just like Chinese, are known for mathematical geniuses, even though how many mathematical geniuses in China? Less than 0.4 or 7 zeros decimal के बाद 1%. मगर ब्रांड बन गया तो बन गया. Everyone is talking about the Israelis. Oh, यहूदी एक दूसरे के बहुत साथी होते. Are you kidding me? यहूदियों की आपस में लड़ाई. बेंजामिन नेतन्याहू को 72,000 बंदे कत्ल करने उसके डोर पे पहुंचे थे इलेक्शन, पिछले इलेक्शन में. 72,000 people. 200,000 people were on the street trying to kill him. 72,000 उसके शहर में थे. Haradins खून के आंसू रो रहे थे, crying. Haradins कि IDF में कोई आता ही नहीं. IDF में no one wants to enlist in IDF. LGBT is as big in Tel Aviv as it is in London. ये हमारी जो मिथ मिली हुई है पता किसकी है? वो क्रीम की है. वो 20,000 जिसको मैं मांग रहा हूँ, वो ब्रांड की आइडेंटिटी वो बना देते हैं. और उनके पास कितने हैं? 20. उनके 20 बंदे नहीं हमसे संभाले जा रहे. मैंने आपसे 20,000 किसी वजह से मांगे. बिकॉज आई हैव अ ग्लोबल ऑब्जेक्टिव. दे डोंट हैव अ ग्लोबल ऑब्जेक्टिव. उनका खाली एक छोटे से टुकड़े के ऊपर ग्रेटर इसराइल बनाना है. प्लस वी हैव वे बिगर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व. उन्होंने अपनी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर ली नहीं है. उनके भी 20-22 हज़ार बंदे कुर्बान हुए अपने पहले पूरे पैसे और कंपनी के साथ. I have never seen a company CEO who is Jewish and not attached to the purpose of Israel. Once I asked a rabbi in Toronto and I said, you know what? How come you guys empowered Israel? So, I mean, what was the structure? And he said, you Muslims, you always get it wrong. It is not us powering Israel, man. It is Israel empowering us. If we did not have that purpose, हमने business में जाना ही नहीं था. हमने भी अय्याशियाँ करनी थी. हम भी लथार्जी और सुस्तियों में पड़े रहते. हमने भी उसी तरीके से नौकरियाँ करके अपने आप को छोटे थ्रेशोल्ड पे रखना था. Israel became a summit, and for that we had to grow muscle. So Israel is actually giving us that muscle. You think we are giving Israel the muscle? No, it's the other way around. And I'm telling you, first hand witness हूँ. मुझे बताया उस बंदे ने. मैं कोई Forbes 500 के CEO आर्टिकल नहीं पढ़ा. वहाँ पे तो ऐसी बात छापते भी नहीं. So you need to be very careful. Unless you have that purpose, तो फिर तो, you know what, let's not even talk about this. You have other purposes, other things to take care of. You're just here for the parenting lecture. You want to have a good Muslim out of your child? Sorry, wrong guy to listen to. But if you need the right purpose, you have a goal in mind, then I'm going to give you flags every 5 years, every 3 years actually. Every 3 years. After the age of 5, you have to break it down, and then I'll tell you how to build it up. And this is this is going to make sense to you now. This is going to make sense after you've gone through this. Once you go through this, then you understand it was so easy. This I could have done. But I, as a Desi man, is designed to do this, and this. What is lack of ownership? All of us together. किसी भी पाकिस्तानी को कोई भी काम दे दो, बस होगा नहीं होगा वो कभी. क्यों? He will have a million justification कि नहीं सर ये वजह थी वो वजह थी. Why? बचपन से ही onboarding नहीं करते हम बच्चे की किसी काम पे. बचपन से we let him or her go if he quits on anything. So Amra, if you quit on something and your mother does not punish you, it's on her. That's how ownership is developed from the house. कि भाई किस बेस पे quit किया क्या? कौन मर गया? Who died? Because you committed. You can't quit now. ये basis थी, छोटी सी basis उर्दू में बता रहा हूँ. When Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that moment can be everything. Everything in every sin you can think of, but he will never defraud you. दो नंबरी नहीं करेगा, फ्रॉड नहीं करेगा, कमिट करेगा, पूरा करेगा. ये बेस एट्रीब्यूट था जो अल्लाह की फितरत में पैदा होता है ना इंसान, जो अल्लाह के नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने बताया, उसकी इनसिक्योरिटी कैसे थी, दैट इफ यू कमिट यू से इट यू हैव टू डू इट नाउ सर, चाहे जान जाती है जाए। हमने उधर जाके वार कर दिया एंड क्या किया फिर, लैक ऑफ ओनरशिप की, हर वो काम पूरा करके बताया कि इसके बाद पाकिस्तानी किसी चीज़ में ओनरशिप नहीं लेता, और पिछली नस्लें लेती थी अंजार, आई प्रॉमिस यू लेती थी कुछ ना कुछ, ऐसे भी तो नहीं ना काम चल रहे थे। योर जनरेशन मेड श्योर ओनरशिप का लफ्ज ना हो, सो यू नीड टू रियली फिक्स ऑल ऑफ दैट, बिकॉज इफ यू फिक्स इट you're going to stand up tall, everyone's going to see you, because you know boys and girls your age, they're on the ground right now. Even if you put your head up straight, you'll be picked up as the cream of the crop. Itna bura haal hai is generation. So it is there, everything is there, the recipe is there, even the kitchen is there, the chefs are there. All you have to do is commit to it. If you commit to it, then आप ही ने अपने साथ ही fraud किया, मेरे साथ नहीं किया. And I'm not telling you to promise me, I'm telling you to promise your own selves. You're as much of a Muslim as I am. I'm not a better or bigger Muslim. You are as much or maybe better Muslims. Now, if you're not going to commit to this, which our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Ibrahim alayhi salam and Musa alayhi salam, all of them said together, if you're not going to do this, then I'm sorry, you're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution. You are the problem I'm going to try and solve in Milton Keynes or Manchester or New York or Milwaukee or Pakistan or wherever. I'm going to try and solve you as a problem. Because you cannot be both problem and a solution. If you're a passive or a spectator Muslim, you are a way bigger problem than Netanyahu. Way, way bigger problem. So this is something which I need. This next year, in Jerusalem. Where is Jerusalem? This is Jerusalem. Look, I can't even point at it without even knowing that it's not going to be on the map. So I hope everyone is clear. I did not miss much of it, but once you're going to get the slides, you're going to find a few things which I did not talk about, very few things. We can hold a discussion forum over whatever you guys have at WhatsApp or whatever you guys have in here in England. I can hold a little Q&A there or hold a Zoom session just to close whatever, because I didn't go into this because I covered this the last time. Here. So after this, I did not go further, okay, because after this is the next step. I got to the next step. This is the first step. After this is the last time I was here, I've covered it. The whole journey is a continuum after this. I'm assuming you guys have gone through all of this. That's why I didn't cover it, okay? So I hope, and I thank you for your patience. I hope everyone got it. I thank you for your patience and time. I swear this means a lot. This is my second session in England this time around, and as I said before, either you are helping us solve this problem or you are the problem. Someone else is going to help solve. It is that simple. Any questions, anyone, please? Now is the time. Yes, sir. And I would like to thank the kids who sat through all of this. Nora, Chuck for this. Chuck for this. Yes, sir. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Wa alaikum assalam. Sure.
So basically my question is, मेरा ताल्लुक जो है जनरेशन वाइज है, और मैंने कोशिश की कि जनरेशन जेड से ज़रा कनेक्ट होकर जो कुछ मैंने सीखा है वो मैं ट्रांसफ़र कर सकूँ। जो प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है वो बेसिकली यही आता है कि जो हमारी डेफिनेशन है वो उनको समझ नहीं आती बिल्कुल।
मसलन
जैसे कि वो शॉर्ट टर्म पर बिलीव करते हैं, ज़्यादातर डिस्पोजेबल चीज़ों पे बिलीव करते हैं, ज़्यादातर उन्हें रेडीमेड सब चीज़ें चाहिए, हार्ड वर्क वगैरह पे उनका बिलीव कम है। जैसे अपने अपने अंदर सर्टेन क्वालिटीज डेवलप कर सकते हैं जैसे 2x.
What's your name? Numan, there's a problem here that most of you guys should know. You guys are not regular folks. You guys are immigrants. Immigrants have one extra problem. Immigrants automatically reset हुए होते. You come new country, you gotta start from zero. Even if you had money in your bank, you still have to reset everything. New friends, new car, new house, new job, new ecosystem. As a reset. It's not a global reset, it's an individual reset. So during that reset, if you're still struggling to set up an ecosystem, you cannot talk about Gen Y. You gotta go back into boomers and before that. You're a Flintstone. उसका गैप निकालना है जेन जी से, जेन वाई का नहीं. जेन वाई और जी का गैप आप अगर निकालते, अगर यू वर बोर्न हियर इन लंदन, आर यू? देन यू, आई एम सॉरी, यू आर वे बिहाइंड. ओके,
पाकिस्तान में मौजूद है. अगर मैं अपनी कुछ फर्दर चीजें चेंज कर लूं जैसे 2x बोलना या शॉर्ट रील बनाना या बहुत कुछ.
नो, इट्स नॉट द स्पीड ओनली. स्पीड नहीं है, खाली स्पीड नहीं है. I'll show you structure of communication असल में मसला है. सच बताऊं, स्लो चीज़ें भी सुन लेंगे जेन जी वाले, मगर जो इनकी मर्जी का स्ट्रक्चर है वो नहीं सुनेंगे. और वो बड़ा मसला इसलिए होगा बिकॉज सुनने की तो खैर थी, कहीं ना कहीं से मैं पहुँचा ही देता. इनको समझ ही नहीं आनी. इनकी जो पैटर्न्स बनाए हैं ना हमने क्या, यूट्यूब ने और इंटरनेशनल कंटेंट नेटफ्लिक्स ने जो पैटर्न बनाए हैं, वो अगली जनरेशन के इस मुसलमान स्कॉलर को तो समझ आ सकते हैं. इस वक्त जो जिंदा हैं वो तो देर मेकिंग अ मैस आउट ऑफ.
तो मेरा सवाल ये था कि वो जो ये नई जनरेशन है जो डिस्पोजेबल चीज़ों पर और रेडीमेड चीज़ों पे आदी हो गई है, उसके साथ कैसे कनेक्ट होते, कैसे सिखाया जा सकता है?
क्या सिखाना क्या आपने?
मतलब फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं फिटनेस इंस्ट्रक्टर हूँ.
सिवा ना
फिटनेस इंस्ट्रक्टर हूँ मैं, पाकिस्तान से करता हूँ.
फिटनेस, ओह यू आर अ जिम गाय. ओके.
तो मैं चाह रहा था जो मैंने हार्ड वेस्ट से सीखा है तमाम 20 साल में, वो मैं सब इनको डिलीवर कर सकूँ इजी तरीके.
किन को?
न्यू जनरेशन को, ताकि जो फिजिकली स्ट्रॉन्ग होंगे तो फिर वो बाकी चीज़ों में भी स्ट्रॉन्ग होंगे. लेकिन वो उस चीज़ को लेना ही नहीं चाहते, वो हार्ड वर्क तक जाना चाहते, वो लॉन्ग टर्म एक्सरसाइज करना और डाइट करना इस चीज़ में बिलीव नहीं करते.
Okay, listen, Numan, right? Numan, you do not have, because see, it's called the fear and fascination curve. इसको फैसिनेशन कर्व में आप सही प्लॉट नहीं कर रहे हैं. सो लिटिल टेक्निकल, मगर अभी समझ आ जाएगी आपको. द वे यू सी द बॉडी एंड वट एवर यू सी एज अ मसल, मे बी यू आर नॉट नो, मे बी यू लुक एट द आउटलुक ऑफ इट, मे बी यू लुक एट द यूटिलिटी ऑफ इट. कि मसल का मतलब हेल्थ है भाई, हेल्थ का मतलब यू नो बेटर लाइफ है. मे बी यू लुक एट द हाउ मैनली आई लुक एंड हाउ यू नो यू हैव दिस आर्कीटाइप ऑफ अ मैन. Now you need to know what is the archetype of the man in the audience. Do you understand me? Why do you think I start all of my sessions with the Q&A? हालांकि पूरी दुनिया Q&A बाद में लेती है, मैं पहले क्यों ले रहा होता हूँ? I need to see the frequency of where to tune the channel. Okay, and I'm purposely putting in some questions, खुद भी और लेता भी हूँ और देता भी हूँ, just to get that archetype out. You need to get the archetype of the audience. Otherwise, your archetype is not even. Well, if it were working, then you would have known. But since it's not working, it's a conflicting archetype. Your heroes are not their heroes. Your heroes could be better looking or better sounding, but they're not their heroes. You need to align the hero. Okay? Their heroes could be fat, but funny. But you don't even think being funny is a hero. You think being macho is a hero. You need to see where they, hold it. And then, if you want to put that fat guy into a gym, they're going to follow that fat guy into a gym. You just don't know what is that guy that he has or they have. You need to probe into it. It's rather easy. पूछेंगे straight, कभी भी जवाब नहीं आएगा. Attributes निकालेंगे, एक चीज डिटेल में देंगे. Okay? Are they stuck with you like वो पैसे दे के जिम आए होते हैं? Are they stuck with you or not? No, then, oh my God, you got a lot of work to do. अगर वो पैसे दे के आए होते ना, फिर आपके पास हैंडल था. Now you have their money. Now you have their attention. But right now, you're playing on a whim here. You know what that means?
Do some social work. That's why I want you to create something on social media.
Oh no, it's not going to work like this. Then I just told you what to do. Get the hero, establish the hero, archetype. You know what an archetype is, right? Yeah, get the stencil in. Yes, sir.
You just spoke about it's about the next generation. I have a question with regards to my generation, and I'm a 92 born. My question is like when you study the Quran, you see a parallel, an extreme parallel and conflict between what Quran addresses you as versus what your parenting, especially my parenting or my society has done to you. Especially at 32 years of age, when I see that conflict, and I want to move towards that superior psychology that you spoke about. My question is, at this age, how does one shift that mentality? Because if we speak about
Cannot. It's a good question. You gotta create your parallel pillar, because you cannot disrupt them now. You gotta create your own, and then practice it other than your house. I'm not saying you should, but sometimes that's more time in Pakistan. Wohi majboori, inevitable. It's inevitable.
Again, a question which I want to clear.
Here, this is what you're talking about, okay? That's why I put this slide.
When we talk about Rasulullah and when we talk about Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, obviously Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, his age was at a position where there were preset psychological notions developed. Yet we see Abu Bakr transform to one of the greatest leaders of the world after that. What was that thing which...
I don't know. I didn't get the Abu Bakr's case study. But I'll give you Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's case study. Abu Talib is the chieftain of Quraysh. Okay? He is the shot caller. Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam declares a new religion. Abu Talib does not abide by it. So Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, other than Quraysh, other than Banu Hashim, Abu Lahab is Banu Hashim. Okay? Abu Lahab is the first Banu Hashim who throws a stone at Prophet ﷺ. So Prophet ﷺ creates a parallel pathway other than the family without harming the family. Okay? You need to understand that most Pakistanis have done that. We naturally have to do it. वो अलग बात है, जॉइंट फैमिली सिस्टम में रह के ज़्यादा उन लोगों ने वो नहीं कर सकते, करते वो भी हैं. बेस्ट केस स्टडी पाकिस्तानियों के पास है, दूसरी शादी, तीसरी शादी. We create parallel worlds of our own without even letting them know. And we do it very successfully, by the way, far rather successfully. I'm just telling you to do it for Islam if that happens. दूसरी तीसरी शादी पाकिस्तानियों ने बगैर बताई नहीं की हुई, रखी हुई और पूरा इकोसिस्टम बना के चल रहा है. We can do it. I don't want you to, that's just an example, okay? That's not the point. Don't, yeah.
I think this is women time now. Too many men have asked questions. I'm sorry, that's it. So, you have talked about leadership at the top of your or at the top of the 4 requirements. In terms of us in UK, leadership, and this is my opinion, leadership by itself, outside the current political structure, which is based on 2 or 3 parties, how far can that take us? Because in the most recent elections in UK, most recent elections, there were opportunities available to be part of the process with a view of making the change from within.
It's not going to happen. Hamza Yusuf is a case study from Scotland. Hamza Yusuf is, don't you guys know Hamza Yusuf? It's a case study. That's like the top of the top. What happened to him?
No, what I'm saying is either you stand outside of the process and throw stones at it, or you become part of the
Become a part of it, it's all right.
Change
In
policy,
England,
procedures, structures, and start challenging that.
Yeah, you could
And
be.
I think that's where, in UK, Muslim community have missed out big time. We are always outside as a critical friend. We are never inside as a critical thinker or a thinker of a new policy,
Both.
procedure, system.
Both
to
will
make
work.
that change
Pros and
for the
cons.
community?
Pros and cons in both approaches.
Of course, risk assessment will be done, but we've never tried.
No, not
we've
risk
never been there.
Are you sure?
Not as a Muslim community together. So we have a Muslim Council of Britain, which is always critical, and now through some legislation.
Listen, I'm sorry, what's your
they
name?
have been banned.
आपका नाम क्या आपका?
Faisal Rizvi.
Faiza, see, if I have a purpose for Islam and Allah Azza wa Jal, and I have a certain strategy, I wouldn't really care what British Muslims have to say about it, think about it. I want to use British Muslims as instruments to my strategy.
I'm an elected member.
Yeah. So it shouldn't hamper your strategy.
It doesn't, but it doesn't help having no succession planning.
No, you don't need successors here. See, when I say leadership and politics, I know, that's what I'm saying. When I say leadership or politics, I do not mean ballot box and prime ministership. I just told you, Zad, the biggest politician I know is a Cambridge professor. Does he run the election? No. Is he holding office? No. All the offices in Scandinavia, in England, in Europe are affected by this guy. You need to understand how simple things are. They're not easy to do, but they're simple to understand. They're definitely hard. It takes hard work to do it. They're not easy to do, but they're not hard to understand. Pathway is simple. You need to gain influence here in England. Even if you're a failed politician like what, Galloway? George Galloway is not the most successful politician ever, right? But does he not have influence over the Muslim population? Of course he has.
This is what we are lacking. So if it is in order of priority, we haven't even gotten onto the round one or the step one.
I know. That's why I said you can track, both tracks have their own pros and cons. Obviously more pros here in your track, your strategy, more pros. However, in the long run, it's going to deflate on its own. I'll tell you why. Because you're not challenging the English system. And I don't need you to challenge the English system. That will be your daughter's, granddaughter's job. Don't worry about it. Your job is to challenge what our system in Muslim lands are. That's why I need 20,000 kids. I don't need 20,000 kids to talk to Prince Williams. No. I need 20,000 kids to make sure Netanyahu's and, whatever's going on there, we can solve this right away. When it comes down to Prince Williams, I need your grandkids, not your kids. Okay? Because that's not even a high priority case. English, you want to conquer the world? Okay, we'll start by conquering our own home. Let's get our own house in order. Then we talk about America or England, or you know what? The whole world should be abiding with the laws of Islam and everything. As the brother said that time, Khilafah is the objective. Well, yes, it is 100 years, less than that maybe. But in the next 5 years, I need some tangible output. 10 years, if we do not get a tangible output in the next 10 years, then we started off on the wrong foot to begin with. Okay, yes, Bacha. How old are you?
I'm 14.
Yes.
I want to just ask, at what age do you think someone should get their first phone?
First phone, cell phone?
Yeah.
You want a straight answer? Where's your father?
My dad is also there.
So you're 14?
Yeah.
Tell me the worst thing a phone can do to you. If you can answer this and you can tell, and your answer matches his answer, you know what he's afraid of? Just tell me that. Don't tell me what he's afraid of. Just answer yes or no. Do you really know what he is afraid of when he gives you the phone? Think. I need a pinpoint accuracy. And if you're aware of what he's afraid of, you deserve a phone. More than that, actually, you deserve a lot of other things. But if you're not even aware of what he's afraid of, then phone, are you kidding me? He shouldn't be letting you cross the street. Understand what he is afraid of if he gives you the phone. What is it? No, don't tell me. Do you know what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, you do. Write it on paper. Come on. Write it on paper. Guys, you know what? I was supposed to remind you of the books of character building. We just are launching the prototype. This is a grade-wise progression plan. you need to see it to understand it. I know, no, just मुझे paper चाहिए. Okay. No, something that this kid can write. What's your name? Hannah. Okay. This is a lot of work put in just 1 year of character building. Just 1 year. This is sixth year of a child. Okay. You need to at least go through it once. See, oh no, give it to her. Give it to Anna. Anna? Hannah. Okay. Take the paper. Write down what you think your father is afraid of. Give it to your father. And if you are on the spot, right on the spot, you're going to get a phone, don't worry. Because there's no age for phone. There's wisdom. If you're wise enough to use it as an instrument, then yeah, you should. Because it's not like driving a car, right? Which is because whether your legs can reach the pedals while you can see the road. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, just Atma ke paas. Women are complaining about nothing. And I like the fact that when women and ladies have questions, because that translates down to the kids. We have questions that translates into our friend circles. Yes, ma'am, where were you? I can't hear you. Can you? I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, ma'am. This is the last question, please. This is the last question. I'm sorry, we have to. That guy's calling me names now. And they're not Muslim names, he's calling me. You wanted a book in the morning?
You mentioned in the morning that you would have a book recommendation for us.
For the Quran and Science section?
Yes.
Yeah, there are so many that are coming into my head. Hold on.
Yes, so if there are so many, can you share them at all?
The Ultimate Mathematics. The Ultimate Mathematics. That's the name of a book.
Do you have any more resources?
Oh, that's like the pinnacle. Oh, that's like the epitome of whatever Muslims can achieve right now. Right now, your son better improve it. Okay? But are you in a group? Have you guys made a group? Let me start sharing, because for him, I'm assuming you're asking for him, right? Yeah. So I need an age-wise, because if somebody gives him an book of Ultimate Mathematics, he's going to run away from the Quran or the mathematics. He's going to run away from it, because that's a postdoctorate level mathematics, right? He's be like, you know what, it's too much for me to handle. So we need to make sure that he starts winning. We need victories at this age. At this age, if he gets a victory in mathematics, he's going to love mathematics. Gain confidence. If he has a victory in physics, he's going to jump into physics. Most of the people, do not go into mathematics because we're scared out of it. We don't even want to experiment because we got scared the first time the pot was too hot to touch, so we never had tea. It was too hot, we burned our fingers, we never had tea the rest of our lives. So I'm going to keep publishing books, names, so that by age you can see how www.sourcecode.academy. You don't have to subscribe to anything. It's a school I run. We're going to start publishing the library there. At least you can get the name. And then all the books will be free for download. Don't worry. So, but I don't have a library. I do not have a library right now. But that's the only play I can give you right now because we are about to publish physics and mathematics curriculum. You can download the curriculum of mathematics right now, free of cost. Okay? And that's a curriculum for 4 years. Your child is, inshallah, because they are already, because it's taught on Python, right? So we can have speed. We can have that speed. In 4 years, we can actually get a postdoctorate level mathematics skills trained to that child. In 4 years, starting from zero. Hold on, Sir Otto. So I don't need you to subscribe to my school. I want you to download the curriculum and do it yourself. It is that easy because we are also training online, right? It's not a physical school that I have. Right at that place, we're going to publish all the books that you guys require for mathematics, science, and physics, because that's what we get from our experts. That's how we create curriculums. Our next faculty is physics. So whatever you can see as curriculum, you can just click download and get it. The whole curriculum will be with you for homeschoolers especially. Okay? Yeah. Guys, thank you so much. Walaikum salam.